See your mouth moving. I'm getting about 5 seconds now.
And
We're on. Are we live? All right. Well, hello, everyone. Welcome to Mirror Mirror on Boss Jellybean's Twitch channel. I'm Johnny. I'm going to be GMing this, but I'll let the introductions happen as the characters are introduced as well. Let's get into tonight's game of Mirror Mirror. So, it is a clear night sky. It glistens over a sprawling carnival filled with ringing bells, laughter, and cheer. And as the camera pans down, we find ourselves just outside of a house of mirrors on the outskirts of this carnival. The lights are off, and a rope is covering the entrance with a small swinging sign that says, "Closed, do not enter," in big block letters. However, as we watch this sign swaying in the gentle breeze, whispering figures approach. We see their shadows being cast against this structure. Two young adults come into view. One, a masculine figure, another, a femme figure. They approach the ropes, laughing and huddling close together. The masked figure pulls the rope up, while the femme figure turns around, and you could see her vibrant hazel eyes searching her surroundings before finally turning and walking inside. The reflections of the couple become obfuscated, darkening with each mirror that brings them closer and closer to the center of whatever lies ahead. Their image crosses until they finally become darkness, and we hold here for a moment before we see a shadow entering in after them. This figure that had always been on that first mirror, this silhouette of a human. But as it moves, we now see this ghostly red light that appears. As we begin to zoom away, we hear, wait, what the fuck is that? Until the entire structure lurches back and forth. You see it violently shaking, groaning with each movement as though it's soon to collapse in on itself. And then you hear a high-pitched scream, screeching into the night, before the structure finally comes to a rest. And everything once again returns to silence. Finally, we see the masculine figure coming out, covered in blood. His eyes are wide, his hands trembling in front of him as he looks down, realizing what he's covered in, until he finally looks up to the sky and screams out, just as our vision goes dark, only leaving that scream to be heard. However, that was a different day. Today, another day and another successful carnival show here at the Whimsical Wonderland. This beautiful evening is filled with ringing bells, laughter, and fun music. People board the Ferris wheel here. They play carnival games in hopes of winning grand prizes for their beaux. People are indulging themselves in delicious fried foods and popcorn and all sorts of sweets. However, this fun and excitement is not for any of you. The Circle of Ink and Glass begins their investigation here for the multiple disappearances reported over the past few days. Their lightkeeper has given them the name of the ringleader here, Helena. They have been told to find her for more information about these disappearances. And as you are all walking through these flashing lights and the crowded walkways of the carnival, what are each of you doing? We'll start with Siobhan.
Siobhan is making her way through the carnival. She is wearing a light blue lace top up to the collar, and like some very baggy pants that are cinched together. They're like way too big for her, but they're cinched with a belt. All her clothes, where they're like nice, but they are like very wrinkled and disheveled and have not been washed in a while. And she's kind of like walking very confidently in front of everybody, keeps glancing over at Madeline, and then as she passes one of those like booths with the carnival games, she's gonna try and like reach down and like grab one of the stuffed animals real quick.
Ooh, all right, first roll of the night. Let's do a hide roll as you're just trying to,
Okay.
or I mean, depending on how you want to do this, it could be a hide roll, or you could try and do like a sway roll if you're trying to like forcibly take this.
Doesn't matter.
Not trying
They're
to be
both
hidden.
zeros.
Great. All right. One of them, just pick one, I guess.
We'll go. You know, I like the idea of using sway though. Like I'm just grabbing it, and like if one of the carnies look at me, I'm gonna just like.
What?
We'll see how that goes. It's gonna be so bad. Here we go. And that is it.
Great.
I got 2 1s. Guys,
Fantastic.
I've made a mistake.
So
What a way to
you
start.
are at the ring toss game here, and people are completely surrounding it. You have different stuffed animals and types of like blow up shapes and in like different types of instruments and things like that. As you grab onto one of the stuffed animals, your hand is just grabbed by the person there, and it's just this big dude that is just grabbing you and just shakes his head.
I just look at him, I'm
You
like,
need to-
sorry, it was my mistake. I'm just gonna try and
Yes, it was.
and now
he
I
just,
look
like,
incredibly
waves you along.
embarrassed. I was clearly trying to like grab like a toy to give to Madeline. Just now I look like an idiot in front of everyone. So I just stick my hands in my pocket and now I'm just like walking with my head down.
I love it. Speaking of Madeline, what are you doing in this moment?
So Madeline is currently just walking with her head down, her notepad out, and she's writing at the top of a fresh sheet of paper, Whimsical Wonderland or Killer Carnival. And she's starting to list out the things that they know that are going on here. And she does not even notice Siobhan try to do this and get caught. She is in her own little world in her notepad.
Love that. Okay. What about William? What is William doing now?
William is just very thankful that the carnival, or the particular gamesman who took the toy away from Siobhan, didn't resort to physical force or call the police. So he sort of like inwardly just breathes a sigh of relief. Oh, Siobhan, what have I said about your sticky fingers?
I didn't think you'd see me. I won't do it again. Promise.
Okay, remember why we're here, please.
Right, business. Got it.
Incredible. And finally, but not leastly, Violet, what are you doing?
I think Violet is following behind Siobhan a little bit. Enough pace is a way that like she's not involved with that scene, but definitely watched it happen and is just kind of like looking from her over to Madeline, who's clearly not paying attention, and just back to her and just like rolling her eyes. And she's just following behind, wearing like pretty simple clothes, like just like a nice but clearly worn dress over a off-white blouse, just kind of, but a lot of accessories.
Mm-hmm. Of course. All right. So, as this happens, and you just barely get away with it, you continue walking through the carnival, finding the large red and white striped tent that sits at the southern end of this carnival, where the main events take place. As you get closer and closer, you enter into it knowing that this is where you are being told to go to. Currently, you see that there are trapeze artists and aerialists flying high above from one place to another, and everyone on the ground looking up with oohs and ahs. On the other side of the tent, you see that there is currently a closed exit. On the other side of that, you know that that is most likely where the other carnies, the other folks that work here, are staying. And, of course, that would be where the ringleader is. You walk on the edge of the circus tent until finally coming to this small, quaint, and quiet area where you find different trailers where people sleep. And there, at the center, you find this very over-the-top dressed woman that is wearing a top hat. Rather, she has her top hat in her hand. She has a really nice ornate cane with her and this red vest with white and red striped pants. And you can see that her red like type of tint, like dark red hair, is put up in a bun and parts of it are kind of sticking out. And she's talking to this younger gentleman who is seeming to be one of the trapeze artists. And they seem to be talking in hushed tones before finally they look over to the new folks that are entering in. And she just kind of nods at him and he brushes past you to enter back into the circus. But she looks to you. How can I help you?
You, Helena?
I assume you're Helena, darling. It's lovely to meet you.
Yes. It's very nice to meet each of you, I hope. What brings you back here?
Probably heard. I'm Madeline Hawthorne. I'm writing a nice little article in the paper about your lovely carnival, and I've heard just a little rumor about something that might have happened here. And I obviously don't want to include that in the article, but I am curious. Perhaps you could tell us a bit more about it?
Yeah. Do you mind if we take this conversation somewhere that's not right fucking here?
Of course.
Yeah?
Wherever you feel
Great.
most comfortable.
Great. All right. Here. And then she references over to a trailer. As you all enter in, this matches the quaint area that you had found just before. This trailer is meant for one person, but it does have a small living area where each of you are able to either stand or sit. And she finally goes over, opens a refrigerator, takes out a giant bottle of vodka, and then just pours herself a very tall drink of just vodka.
Hey, it's
And
polite
then-
not to offer your guests a glass.
Ugh. If we make sure that some certain things aren't in the article.
Of course, that can be arranged. We just
Great.
would like
Hold on. We first need to ask you some questions before we decide what kind of things are going in the article. Am I wrong? Hold on.
Understandable.
Okay.
What kind of questions do you have? And then she just takes a really long swig.
We heard there was a rather unfortunate incident with a young girl.
Yes. Yeah. Listen. I don't know who you are. Pointing to the other three. I know who you are. What do you need? Do you need money?
No, we just need to ensure that whatever this was will not happen again. We are a group of individuals who can ensure such things are investigated properly and prevented in the future.
So
While they're
you're
talking, I just want to be
not-
like scanning the room for anything suspicious.
Sure. Yeah, go ahead and do a shit, I always forget these. Survey.
Okay.
May I also do that as well?
Sure. Yeah, you can help out. Helping works with like spending drive points in order to help somebody with their
How
role.
is your survey? I feel like yours is probably gonna be better than mine.
I have 2.
Yeah. How about I spend a drive to
Okay.
give you an extra dice with your survey?
Okay.
Okay. So yes,
So I
William,
help.
please helm that roll with survey.
Okay. So I'm just adding 1 additional dice.
Correct. Yeah.
And I'm just helping. Like if I see anything, like I'm just like nodding my head in that direction or something.
Sure. Yeah. Five. Okay.
Nice.
As you're looking around, you see there's a letter that seems to be outside of an envelope, very haphazardly placed, almost like it's trying to, like someone was trying to hide it. But you can see just like the corner of this envelope sticking out from within one of the drawers.
As I'm scanning, I have like in my inventory, I have a bleed detector.
Mhm.
Is that being set off by anything in this space?
As you're looking down to your bleed detector, it doesn't look like anything here is touched by bleed or any sort of magic.
while Madeline is talking to, her name's Helena or Helen?
Helena.
Helena. Is it possible for me to palm the letter?
That would be a separate roll.
Okay.
You would have to do a hide roll in order to do this without being seen.
Can I? No, I
Can
can't
I
spend a
drive?
Yeah.
I will also say, this drawer is right next to where Helena is standing.
Mm.
She's standing like at the counter of like the kitchen area with the glass, so it would be very difficult to do this.
So we gotta
But-
get her out of
So
the room.
Can I
can I
can
take
help.
this in steps then?
Sure. Absolutely.
Can I, as I'm moving, can I rely on the body language of my clumsy character whenever I'm on like a case and I want somebody to think that I'm more Columbo than Sherlock Holmes, and I'll just sort of knock into her accidentally and nudge her like vodka glass all over the couch that she's on to distract her while I palm the letter.
Smart.
Okay. Yes, absolutely. I'll even give you an extra die.
This is either going to be awesome or it is going to suck so bad.
I mean, you
would
can't
this
possibly
be-
roll worse than my double ones earlier, so.
Would this be a control or a strike?
Oh, because you're like hitting her
I
intentionally.
think control. I think control fits better just because you're trying to be very precise.
Precise
how you do
finesse.
this.
I'm trying to finesse
Yeah.
this. Okay. All right. And I'm getting an extra die.
Mm-hmm.
Is Madeline also helping me or no?
If I can, I will spend a drive to kind of, as I'm talking to her, distract her even more and
Okay.
make it easier for this to happen. And then whenever he bumps into her, I'll be like, "Oh, darling, you're so clumsy."
Oh, I'm so sorry,
Gotcha.
love. Oh, clumsy me. Oh, blast.
Ooh.
Ooh, good
perfect.
roll.
Wow. And that's with the gilded die too, with the 6. All right. Oh, wait, that's a crit success. Shit,
Yeah.
that's right. Forgot when you do multiple 6s, that's a crit. So you get the drive back because your gilded
Nice.
die. And also, that is a crit. So as that happens, she pours the vodka, or at least drops the vodka onto the floor, and it's fine. Just, I don't know what's going on. Okay? I don't know what's going on. We've closed the entire House of Mirrors down. If there's anything more that I could do, I would.
Of course, darling. It's not your fault. These things are, unfortunately, becoming a bit more commonplace in places like this. But what you can do in order to help us further is tell us everything that happens and then give us unrestricted access to the Hall of Mirrors.
Also,
Do you think
maybe
you could
put
do
us
that
in
Wanna go
touch
in there?
with,
Oh, yes. We might not
Must.
look it, but I assure you that my compatriots are quite capable in handling whatever is in that room.
Listen, I'm afraid. Maybe not so much for him, but for the 3 of you, every single victim, well, nearly every single victim, has been someone that's femme. So, I would just. I struggle to accept this offer, for I don't want to have another 3 lives.
I'm
First
gonna
off-
bend down, pick up the a vodka bottle, drink whatever's left in it, and hand it back to her and just be like, we can handle ourselves.
And also, you don't have a choice. So,
Fine. I don't know what's going on. I don't. But Madame Maria, she said that there's some sort of spirit or something. I don't know. It's either that or it's that there's a killer that's living inside of there and I'm just too afraid to go in there.
And Madame Maria, is she someone that we could speak with?
Yes, yeah. Here. Come with me. And then she exits out of the trailer, and about like 3 or 4 trailers over, you see this other one that is just completely covered in different types of like beads and different shiny jewels, and right outside there's like this crystal ball. You could see that is most likely where Madame Maria is, and it's confirmed after Helena looks over and says, "That's her trailer. If she's not there, let me know. I need to get..." And then she looks over to Siobhan. "Another drink."
Hey,
If you find
Violet,
anything, let me know, I guess.
I think you're
Yes,
gonna
dear
get
President.
along with this person. They look like they're in your profession.
That doesn't necessarily mean that. But we
Well, I'm
shall
just
see.
saying, she looks like she reads the future. You talk to ghosts, like maybe you guys have stuff you can talk about together.
Let us find out.
before we head in, William would like to read the... Well, actually, no. William is going to take the letter that he has palmed, and he hands it to Madeline, says,
Yeah.
"See what you can do with this. You're always better at the reading of things."
Of course. And I will take the letter and unfold it and read it. I'll
I'm also-
probably read it out loud.
I'm like still
Okay.
puppy dogging like over your shoulder though, like on my toes. Like,
In this letter, you find like just this overwhelming love letter. And it's written but not finished. You could see that it has more rounded writing, like someone took a lot of care in how they were writing everything out. It speaks about a Quincy Jones, but the name of the person that wrote this wasn't signed because it wasn't finished.
Okay, so I will read it out loud. Is it any good? Is it like
how's the
eloquent?
riz in this letter?
It is. If you were the person getting this, you know what? Let's do a roll for this just to see if you can get the intent of it. I would say
Interesting.
that would be a read. No, that would be more.
Focus, maybe?
I'd say focus. Yeah. Go ahead and do a focus roll.
So a 3.
Okay. It seems like just any other love letter. I mean, it's not finished. This could be like a first draft, but there's nothing remarkable about it. that you can find. Yeah.
You're just
It's
so
just a
underwhelmed
love
because I
letter.
write better ones.
I finish reading it and I kind of just look at it for a second. I'm like, honestly, how many times can you compare someone's eyes to the sunset? I mean, and I look back over my shoulder at you, and you're right there. And I'm like, oh, okay, maybe comparing
Some people
someone's
aren't
eyes
as
to the
creative.
sunset isn't that terrible? You do have beautiful. Anyway, we need to go and speak with Madame Maria.
So hold on. The thing that I just did, the whole palming of the letter and everything, that was perfectly pointless because this is a love letter and in no way outlines some secret plan about how they're going to start murdering women left and right.
Not to mention, who are
No.
you to say sticky fingers?
All right, Violet, I'm going to need you to take it down just a notch. Thank you. All right,
I'm
all right.
just saying.
Fine.
Why were they trying to hide it then, though?
Perhaps we just haven't
Personal.
realized the import it will have.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, what specifically are they speaking about in terms of hiding?
The letter. Like, right? They were
Oh.
like trying to like hide the letter.
Were they? Or was it something that was sort of out in the open?
It seemed like, so it was like, in
Did I
my
misunderstand
head,
this?
it was like a drawer. So if the drawer's like front was right here and it went into the whatever counter, it was like
Sure.
sticking out just a little bit.
So it's more
Yeah.
like they put it away hurriedly.
Right.
Yeah.
Ah,
Because
same thing. Then why were they trying to...
it's
Well, don't I feel
personal.
like an absolute shit about this? I stole somebody's unfinished love letter.
It wasn't very good. You don't have to feel bad. They probably
So
need to
let's
redo
just
it anyways.
Say, if we all get out of here alive, I'll write a better one and leave it under her front porch.
Why are we not getting out of here alive? I mean, we're just going to go in and talk to the lady, right?
Well, you will be getting out of here alive. Apparently, the rest of us might get brutally murdered.
Oh, I don't.
Yeah, they did kind of
It's a-
mention
it's a-
that.
That's a load of
Seems
hoax.
like
You're all
a-
very capable, and you handle yourselves magnificently. Just forget what that woman said.
And don't forget, if you get murdered, I can still maybe talk to you.
They
That
did say it was a
is
spirit.
not as
I'd love to figure
reassuring
out how to
as you
punch a
make it
ghost.
sound.
No.
All right.
Yeah.
So, who wants to take points with Madame Maria?
I vote
Violet?
I guess.
You got this, cuz. I just hit you on the back, like way too hard.
Oh. You're stronger than you think, dear cousin.
It's a love tap. All right, let's go.
All right.
You-
I just straighten her dress a little bit and
Sure.
try to look confident, but really isn't pulling it off. and starts walking in that direction.
You walk up to this trailer, and again, there's just this vibe about it that just you feel a very deep connection to, Violet. You can hear like these wind chimes just outside of it, and as you reach for the door, it opens, and inside you see this older woman. Her hair is mostly white, other than the few strands of black that you see. She looks to each of you and... Yes.
Madame Maria.
Hmm.
I am Violet Craft. These are my friends. And we just had we're wondering if we could ask you a few questions about the recent goings on.
The House of Mirrors.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Yes, please. Come in.
Thank you.
As you enter in, there is just even more. There's like hanging beads. There's scarves that are being laid about in a decorative fashion. You find there is currently a hot, steaming kettle that she walks over to, grabbing onto some of her cups and pouring some, handing it to one Violet, and then looking to everyone else and saying, "Would anyone else like some?"
That's all you got, sure.
Of course, it smells delicious.
Yes. Chamomile. She pours a couple more, handing it out. So,
None for me, thanks.
I see that Candela has gotten their sights on this. Honestly, I think it was a matter of time.
Oh. How do you know that we're from Candela?
I have worked with Candela here and there, using my gift.
Right.
And what is your specialty, if I might ask?
Speaking with the dead.
Oh.
Interesting. It's the same for me. It explains why
Violet.
your home here feels very, well, homey.
Well, I'm glad. So, I imagine that you're after the truth, after what is happening here. Have you spoken to Helena?
Yeah.
And what did she tell you?
Not much.
Well, I believe that this is... I haven't been able to speak to any of the others, but our first victims from this were people of our own kind. A woman named Annie, another named Isabella, and one named Quincy.
And they were all
Not
part of the
entire-
carnival.
Yes, Annie was a knife thrower. She was
Oh, that's
best
fun.
at her craft. Quincy was the strongest man in the world. And of course, Isabella was the most beautiful person. I have a feeling that this is very closely related to them. I know that Annie wasn't always the best fan of Isabella. I just didn't think that anything like this would happen.
Hey, William. That letter, Maddie. What was the name at the bottom of it?
There wasn't one.
But it was to... sorry, who was it
It
to?
was made out to Quincy Jones.
Is that the Quincy you're talking about?
Yes, Quincy Jones. Would you mind if I looked at this letter?
Oh, of course.
I'm just gonna, like, nudge William and be like, see? Not useless. Super important.
Yes.
Do you
I've
by
always
chance
guessing.
know that handwriting?
I do not. I rarely see anyone writing, but I believe I know who this is, though. Isabella would never do anything to this extent. She was already with Quincy, and this seems to be Annie.
Interesting.
And you said you've
don't
only been
know
able
what
to
that
speak to
means.
one of the victims.
I've been able to. This particular situation is very difficult for me to speak to anyone. I've been having issues. I've even gone as far as to take a step inside of the House of Mirrors, but it was overwhelming. All I could see was red, and I just felt anger. I couldn't speak to anyone, but I'm hoping that this just seems very powerful emotion-wise, and I'm afraid for any of you, if you are attempting to enter this House of Mirrors.
Everybody keeps warning us about going in there.
I fear in order to get to the bottom of this, we will have no other choice. We must.
I must.
So all three of them died in there?
I don't know if they died in there, but they had gone missing. And ever since then, that's when others would go missing. It has happened once every other night, at least.
How many victims in total?
So far, if we're including them, 7.
Any witnesses?
No witnesses. Anyone that goes inside is, well, there was one. But he was just a carnival goer, and I doubt that he would be going anywhere near here again. He did give us some information. He said that there was a red light, and he said that there was sudden darkness, and once that happened, just blood.
Am I able, based off of the previous cases that William has worked with Madeline, is there anything about the description of the basically the scenarios that she's describing? Mm-hmm. Is there any similarities or clues that I'm able to sort of suss out from that?
Go ahead and do, I think this would be a focus roll.
Okay.
Just to see if you can remember and kind of like connect dots between things. You know that mirrors can have a lot of power behind them, especially with magic, and even more so bleed. Something like this, you are sort of thinking that it might be similar to a case that you had known with somebody being stuck inside of a mirror.
Oh, shit.
It seems like whatever is happening with this House of Mirrors, they might be either stuck in there, or that is like their domain.
Well, isn't it just our lucky day then? William will go over to Madeline. Sounds like another mirror on the wall.
Hopefully not. Those were tedious cases. This sounds a little bit more violent.
You're not wrong. It's just uncanny, some of these markers. They're very similar.
They are.
You guys have had a lot of cases. What is this one about?
We'll talk more when we get outside there.
All right.
Thank you so much for your time. I really do appreciate it. It's been illuminating. And William is just going to walk out of the creepy trailer.
If you are interested, I can bring you to their trailers.
That would be incredibly helpful, if you wouldn't mind.
Yes. Which would you like to go to first? As she's grabbing onto a coat and putting it on.
Honestly, Annie's.
Annie's.
I vote for Annie's. I vote for Annie.
I'm
Seems
also
to
going to
be
put out my arm
perhaps the
for her to
roots.
hold on to because she's like old and frail and I'm worried
Sure.
about her
Yeah.
falling
Yeah.
over.
She takes the hand and you bring her out. As you walk across this little courtyard that is outside of that large tent, you could see that Helena is near entering into it. As she looks back and sees each of you walking by, she just stares and then enters in.
Is there any way that I can do a read on Helena, even though we haven't,
Sure.
could I do like a previous read on her?
Absolutely, yeah.
So I have
What are you trying
lie
to-
detector.
Okay.
Okay, so it says that I can make a read roll in an attempt to figure out whether a person is telling the truth, and I get to gild an additional die. And then
Okay.
the first cunning, this would be my first cunning, is worth 2 die instead of 1 die. So does that mean I roll 4 in total? Because I have
So if
2
you have-
already, and then I get an
Yep.
additional guild, and then I get an additional die?
So you have 2 already, and then you're using a drive point to get the other 2. And then
Okay.
if this is a gilded action, then you would have 2 gilded die.
Okay.
Sick.
And while you do that,
Ooh, good rolls.
okay. Which, that was only 2. You can roll
still
again.
Roll the other 2. Because 2 6s is a critical, right?
Mm-hmm.
Get a 6 on gilded.
There it is. That's a fucking crit. Incredible. All right.
You still have one more. You still have one more
You do
roll.
have one more.
I
Yeah,
don't know why
and
it's
this
I'm,
could
like
be-
I selected all the dice. It's just really not
You're good.
going to cooperate.
Go ahead and do.
She gets another gilded.
This one will be the gilded, yeah.
The gilded one, right? Okay.
Aw.
So you have a
Bummer.
5 and a 3, which. Ooh. That's a
So I could
interesting
make
point.
success.
Yeah, because
I don't know about that. I don't know if you roll 2 6s or more and you take the gilded die's result that isn't a 6. I think it's still a crit. I'm going to call it a crit for now. Go ahead and take the drive point. That's fine.
Okay, cool.
We love
I
this
will do
ruling.
that.
What were you trying to glean from this?
She seems as if she's not being helpful intentionally, as if she's trying to cover something up. And the fact that she had supposedly Annie's letter in her trailer and kind of had it hidden away, I kind of want to see if she is withholding information. It seems like she is hiding something.
Sure. Okay.
Is the love triangle
Yeah.
really a love square?
Plot
You
twist,
can
she's in
definitely
love with
tell.
Annie.
Honestly.
Right. You could tell that she was lying. You can tell, especially with a crit, it's like she's trying to cover it up so that it doesn't look like somebody from the circus had done this. Like somebody here is the murderer so that this doesn't get out and ruin the reputation of the whimsical wonderland.
Okay, that totally makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
So,
A reporter
as you all
did just
walk
go
across,
up to her. It's like-
right? Yeah. So, as you walk across the little courtyard here, Helena pretty much mad dogs until finally going inside of this circus tent to do whatever performance she needs to do, and you are left with Madame Maria to bring you over to Annie's trailer. This one you can see is just a regular, like no decorations until finally you get to the oh, actually it would be locked. Yeah. So the door is locked here. It was locked, and you would have to either break the lock or figure out a way to get inside. Madame Maria does not have the key.
Who was trying to open it first? Would Madeline have been the one opening it, or no?
Maybe, because that would be sleight of hand, so that'd be hide, right? I have one
trying
in
to-
hide. I could try.
If you can't do it, I'll break
hide,
it.
or you could just break it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Which that would be a
feel
strike
like
roll.
Practice on that, or do you want me to just push it open?
Honestly, I feel like you've earned this.
Okay.
You were very sweet to her.
William rolls his eyes.
I'm gonna go up there, like, all puffed up. Try and, like, break it.
Sure. All right. Let's do a strike roll.
You got this,
Alright.
cousin. You got this.
I'm trying to look super impressive, so I'm using one of my drives.
Of course.
As this is happening, William is just gonna go up next to Madeline and say, "You should probably compliment her. I mean, if this all works, you know."
Hey, thank God I used a drive. I got a 5.
Okay.
My
trying to
dice
show
are
off for
rolling
you.
like shit, but I'm so happy you guys are all getting crits.
Yeah, that's the second one of the night. It's wild. All right. So as you're trying to break off the handle here so that you can now get access to the locking mechanism and, make your way inside of this trailer. As you do, a piece of it breaks off, but a piece of it also stays, and it's just this jagged part that you then scrape your arm down. You are bleeding. You'll take a body mark. But
Okay.
the door is effectively opened.
I try so hard to hide the fact that I am bleeding.
Oh, darling, are you alright?
Yep, got it. Let's go inside, everybody.
Hold on.
Hold the door
You're
open.
bleeding. You're bleeding.
It's just a little cut. It's fine. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
William.
Madeline, do you have
and
something she could? Okay.
I pull out my handkerchief and I very carefully wrap it around and tie it off, and then I lean down and give it a kiss. You did wonderfully, darling.
Thanks, Mads.
I'm sorry to see that you hurt yourself. But you are free to enter. I will stay out here. Just, I don't know what it would look like if I were to walk inside. Yes. Feel free to let me know what you find.
I will stay with
William,
her
dear.
unless you all need me.
William, dear, I believe this is your specialty.
Wait. So we go into a dark room, and suddenly it's my. Okay, it's my
Yes,
specialty.
it is
You're the
your
detective.
specialty, darling.
I'm not afraid of the dark. I've never been afraid of the dark ever in my life. I'm here for it. Let's go. And William will very cautiously walk into this is a darkened trailer.
Yeah.
Okay. Just very just as I'm walking in, I'm not pulling it out. I'm just very like letting my hand just pat my pistol.
Okay, sure. And this trailer isn't huge, so if there was danger, you would know it immediately.
Okay.
As you enter in, you find that it is, as you said, dark. It looks like it hasn't been touched in a few days. There's dishes that have a few flies just inside of the small kitchen area. But as you enter in, it doesn't seem like there's any immediate threat. However, what you immediately see is on the small table here are crumpled papers.
William will just looking out the door, look at Madeline, and I'll just point and tap my finger on the table with the papers. And then I'll just sort of keep scanning the room.
Okay. Go ahead and do
I'll
a
very
survey roll.
carefully enter.
Yeah.
Bollocks.
Ouch.
You're keeping an eye out. You don't see anything threatening or anything that might hint at another clue as to what might be going on. It just seems like a darkened trailer. But, Madeline, you grab onto these crumpled papers, and within them you find matching handwriting, and not only that, matching love letters. These seem to be the drafts that were made. Though these ones have no mention of Quincy. Outside of that, it just looks like a trailer.
They don't mention Quincy at all. This is rather strange.
More love letters then?
Yes, seems like the first drafts. Can I try to do a survey and look around since I'm inside now?
Sure. Yeah.
I always find it's best to just, write what you have inside, as opposed to, trying to make the most perfect love letter in the entire world. The first draft is always the best thing to send. I mean, you'd know more about that, right, Siobhan?
Yeah, I think I've written a couple nice things.
Oh, most definitely. And Will, you are always so articulate whenever you are interviewing the people that you find most attractive. I definitely don't have to step in and yes, so I definitely watched that survey roll.
Shade.
You have a mixed success. So you can take a failure, getting a drive point back, or you can take the 4 and get that mixed success. It's up to you.
I'll take the 4 because I don't currently have any drive that I'm missing. So
Okay. As you're looking around,
Oh.
go ahead.
Oh, I was just to say, Violet just kind of speaks out. She's been kind of quiet and thinking to herself. She's like, but why was it Helena, was her name, have a
Yes.
draft of this letter? If it's from Annie to Quincy, why did she have it?
I think that is an excellent question.
Especially if the trailer was locked, where the rest of the drafts are. And she just goes back to
So-
being quiet and mousy again.
Mm-hmm. Madeline.
No, Violet, I think you might be onto something there. That is interesting. So based off of the letter that we uncovered in Helena's trailer, and these crumpled up letters here, perhaps we're dealing with a group of lovers, and perhaps there is a lover scorned in some way.
So I'm saying a square instead of a triangle.
All right, you did just say. Sorry, you did just say that. I'm not trying to take credit for the brilliant idea.
No, it's
that you
okay.
just had.
No, it's fine. You guys are better at putting the. I'm just here for breaking shit and cutting myself, apparently. So.
That's not true. You did a magnificent job. The doors. William just trails off and realizes that the compliment's not going to land.
She's far more capable than she allows herself to believe, and that's that.
You know, it makes me nervous when you give me compliments. It makes me feel weird. All right, so what was that, the mirror thing that you guys said in the other trailer?
So, at this point, Madeline, you're kind of looking around during this conversation. And similar to the other trailer, these are all built similarly enough to where it's like some group of people or one person in general had made all of these for the carnival. You're checking through the drawers that are here, and inside one of them, you find this small, almost case, like this tiny little box. And as you find it, you reach down to grab it, and as a part of that mixed success, you feel this electricity shoot through your hand, almost, as you take a bleed mark. As this corrupted magic shoots through your body, is there anything that happens to Madeline? Does she see anything? Is there any experience she might have?
I think as she makes contact and as she feels this pulse through her body, she just sees a darkened street with fog drifting on the edges, and then a shape in the fog. And then she comes
Just
back to
this-
herself.
This lone, dark figure with a nicely rimmed hat. And as just before you go out of this, these red piercing eyes that open, and then you return back, your hand on this box, as it finally drops back down onto the counter. It opens up naturally, and you find that inside there's this felt. You can see the outline of a hand mirror.
But it's not there.
It's not there.
I
Hey,
kind of
are you
cradle my
okay?
hand to my chest.
You alright?
Fuck. I'm not touching that again. No one else should touch that. That is...
She says that, and I kick it. I kick it to the other side of the thing.
I love it. Yeah.
Or hey, nobody touches it.
You're muted.
Got it.
Oh,
Oh, couldn't hear you.
I've been working with Madeline for many years now. Would I be able to tell when there have been moments where she's encountered bleed before?
Go ahead and do a read roll. This is very low stakes. This is just to see if you can notice. Ooh, a 6. You know exactly what just happened. Not only that, if Madeline would agree, she would have told you about a recurring nightmare that she has of this figure.
Oh, 100%.
Madeline, are you- What? Madeline, what did you say? What just happened?
I saw him again. I was on the street and in the fog, and he was... It's alright. I'm fine.
Why
But
here?
When you're like talking, I'm like rubbing your shoulders and like trying to like calm you down.
Is Violet able to
Violet.
touch objects and see anything? Like, can they touch an object from like a dead person or a person who's passed on and see
Specifically
things?
a corpse.
Has to be specifically a corpse. Damn it.
Unfortunate,
Specifically a
all of the
corpse.
corpses are missing in this case.
I know. I immediately noticed that and was just like, okay,
Damn.
I don't know what I'm gonna roll, but we're gonna find out.
If we can't find you a corpse, we will make you a corpse.
William drops dead immediately.
Oh,
I think we need to be on the lookout for that mirror.
Well,
It
there's
doesn't seem good.
a mirror and a hall of mirrors.
there's an entire hallway of mirrors. If we need a mirror.
But what does a hand mirror have with a hall of mirrors that is a carnival attraction? That also has to do with an unfinished love triangle thing?
Only one way to
Pieces for
find
this
it.
puzzle is very weird.
So, Johnny, whenever
Yes.
you were originally describing the letter that William found, you said that the handwriting was very intentionally done.
Mhm.
Could I or could anyone be able to tell if it was intentionally done because it was a forgery
Ooh.
of one of these?
Mm.
Because these don't mention Quincy at all, but that one specifically does.
Sure. I will say the reason why it didn't mention Quincy is because it was a little bit lower down. So it seems like all of the drafts, and there was a little bit of rewording. So like there's one that's pretty long, but it didn't have the name in it. It was one of the drafts, crumpled it up. And then it was slightly different on the next one, but it was only like half a page. Then that was crumpled up. The next one was just before talking about Quincy, and that one was crumpled up. It seems like it didn't get to that point yet.
Okay, that's fair. Well, should we perhaps go on to Quincy's or Isabella's lodgings, or
All right.
do we want to jump into the deep end and go look in a mirror?
GM, very
Yes.
quickly. Just trying to remember illumination keys.
Mhm.
How is that game mechanic brought in?
So that is kind of like a guideline for how to play a specific character of
Got it.
like a role in specialty.
Mhm.
Illumination keys are how you quote unquote level up. You get illumination points at the end of each session, and if you have done any one of them, you get a illumination point, or at least it's a whole thing. If everybody gets their illumination key, you get like 4 illumination points, I think. If some of you do, but not all, it's I think 2. And then if none of you do, you get 0. And illumination points are then added to the illumination tracker, which is how you level up and keep track of like almost it's basically experience points. So
I see.
you want to make sure that you're following those in order to level up and get more experience. But at the same time, if it doesn't fit and you never have a chance to, it's not the end of the world.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. So as you exit out of the trailer, Madame Maria is there, and she just looks over to Violet.
Oh, what did you find? Anything?
Do you know anything about a hand mirror?
Hand mirror.
Can I read that body language? Facial expression.
Yeah, you could tell that she's like shocked a little. And as she starts to think a little more, I can't believe I didn't see this before.
What?
Annie, she had asked me about my expertise with mirrors and things that I didn't. She was just asking general questions, and she asked about spirits within mirrors and whether or not someone could get trapped in them. I thought that it was just folk tales she was after, but I told her of this story of an obsidian mirror. Something that could trap your soul. I imagine that is probably what it is.
Well, then I suppose you should tell us about this obsidian mirror and how one
Yes.
might trap someone in a mirror so we can figure out how to untrap someone from a mirror.
I mean, if
Yes,
someone's in a mirror,
what-
can't we just break it?
That may kill whoever's in it
Oh.
The soul,
or sever a connection.
the soul is usually trapped within, which means that there may be a body of whoever may have been taken by it, but this is one of the reasons why I was so afraid of such high emotion and if there is more emotion in a situation, sometimes that can elevate certain effects. And maybe this mirror took more than just the soul. Maybe it's still looking. It's hungry. I don't know. Is there anything else you found?
Why do you ask so insistently?
I'm only trying to connect the dots, as you
Oh.
are.
Can William use his bleed detector again on the space within the trailer?
Yeah.
That case is gonna go
As you're
off.
looking at your bleed detector, I mean, you definitely see, yeah, the case goes off. There's not much else. I mean, you do get like faint bleed on one of the bags that she has. That's kind of like hanging from a hook. You can tell that it's very faint. Like mostly the bleed detector is telling you where that box is, but there is like a small blip every once in a while if you get closer to the bag, which leads you to believe that she probably held the box within this bag at some point. Outside of that, there's nothing else.
Do you know the easiest way to trap someone in a mirror? Give it to a woman who is supposedly one of the most beautiful in the world, like Isabella, and have her look in it.
That's what I was afraid of. You were speaking of a letter to Quincy. You were speaking that there were letters in here that matched.
There were.
I think this was an attempt at Isabella's life. Or at least her soul.
I mean, if that was successful, though, what happened to the other two? Or do we think that they were
No.
successful and then took off?
The other 6.
Yeah, and the other 6.
Perhaps Annie couldn't control the mirror. Perhaps it took her and Quincy and everyone else as well.
What, jumped into a whole house of mirrors?
The corruption might have spread maybe into the other mirrors? Is that
But then
Is that
wouldn't we have a bunch
possible?
of empty bodies? Unless Helena got rid of them
But who
for
stands to gain?
PR.
Yeah, what's Helena's part in this?
That's what I'm saying. If there were a bunch of empty bodies and they looked dead because people's souls were trapped in mirrors, Helena probably would have gotten rid of them so the carnival doesn't get shut down.
Okay.
I would
Do we want to
assume
check
they
out the other
look.
two trailers or talk to Helena first?
I mean, I think we should definitely go through the other trailers first.
Right. I look over to Madame Maria and go,
Yes.
take us to Isabella's or
yeah.
Quincy's, whichever is the closest.
They are next to each other, ironically.
Of course they are.
Let's go to Isabella's first,
Makes
then.
sense.
Sure. Yeah. Right this way. It's across back where mine was, but just behind it. So you walk across this courtyard, finding Isabella's. It's actually painted and this vibrant light purple with nice flowers of all colors just painted across it. And you can tell there is this beautifully handwritten Isabella on the door. I will say, this one is also locked. So if you're going for it, Siobhan?
Yeah. Round
Okay.
2. Here we go. Going to be way more impressive this time.
You got
Hold
it.
on, cousin. Hold on. Before you do
Yeah.
that, let's wrap you up first. Before
I'm
you
fine.
break
I'm
it.
fine. Get off of me. I got this.
So good.
Burning another one of my drives.
I just look over at the detective. She never listens.
Please be good. Oh, I got a 6. Finally.
A 6. Great. All right. This
Don't
time
cut myself.
you learn from your mistakes and you knock this handle off. Inside, you find there is this giant vanity. And it is completely covered with different types of makeup and other types of like hair dye and all the sort of beauty products that you can think of, all on this vanity. To look further, I would need somebody to do a survey roll. Actually,
William.
no, William, you're holding on to your bleed detector.
Ooh.
Yes.
One of the things that you notice is this faint blip towards the vanity.
Well, of course, it's a bloody mirror.
I swear to God, if it's every fucking mirror.
It's always the... It's always the mirrors. So I see the blip on the bleed detector. I'm going to approach the mirror.
Mm-hmm.
Just sort of sweeping with the bleed detector.
As you lift it over it, it's like it... What is your bleed detector? What would you like to... It can be like an item that like almost you hold on to and it shows you like this... It's almost like that feeling that you get like a tug towards some sort of bleed. Do you have like an item that
Yes.
is your bleed detector?
It is, by any outward appearance, anyone looking at William, it would seem that he would have a gold chain that is attached to what looks to be a pocket watch, but it's slightly larger than an average pocket watch, and that's because it's actually more so like a compass.
Okay.
And he's able to like flip it open.
Ooh, I like
And
that.
just...
Okay. As you're holding it over towards the mirror, every time that you move it, it's not pointing towards the mirror. And as you try to move it and triangulate this position of where this is coming from until you finally move it down towards the drawer that is here. This large and very angular, narrow drawer that seems to be emanating bleed from within it.
Okay. With my investigation equipment,
Mm-hmm.
I would like to try, without touching the
Sure.
drawer, I would like to try and open it very slowly
Okay.
to see if it's the drawer itself that is exuding bleed, or if it's actually an item within it.
Sure. I will give you another die, but I do need you to do a hide roll. Or no, control. Sorry, control.
Control. Okay.
Yeah, I was thinking sleight of hand, but that's... Control is being more finesse and trying to be more exact.
Would this just be an additional dice or an extra gilded die?
An extra, just regular die.
Okay.
Nice.
Hey, you have a choice here.
Yeah.
Do you want to take that drive point, or would you like to take the full success?
Got
It's a mixed
4,
success, so you succeed in what you're doing.
I'll take. I'll do the drive.
Okay. I love it. Love it. As you're pulling out the drawer, you still get this like faint, almost, it's like an electricity in the air. But that's not what gets you. It's your reflection. What you see is not your own, but of your sister. And as you're pulling out the drawer, it is consuming your concentration. As you see her, she is completely covered in burn marks. And just staring. You will take a brain mark. You take a brain mark.
Well,
But you don't find an item in there. And more so, your bleed detector is, once again, faint. It seems like something was in here, but is now gone.
well, are you all right?
I'm. That was. That was unexpected. I saw her just now. Why did I see her just now?
Madeline will come over and put her hand on your shoulder and kind of rub a little bit.
Maddie, I just saw Sarah.
You saw Sarah? In the mirror?
Yes, no, she was looking back at me, and she was watching me open the drawer, and she was covered in burn marks.
Oh, well. I'm so sorry.
There was something in the drawer. The drawer's empty. Fuck. The drawer's empty. It's... Whatever was in here may have influenced the mirror in some way, as far as I can tell. Just like what you had just experienced with the mirror in the other trailer.
As he says that, I just want to go over there while Maddie is consoling Will and just try and see if there's a fake drawer, kind of muscle it a little bit and see if maybe
Sure.
there's something hidden in it.
You kind of move your hand around trying to find something. It doesn't seem like there's any hidden drawer here.
Just checking.
Yeah.
While they're investigating the trailer, I'm outside with Madame Maria. Can I pull out my divination tools and see if I can't get some... I'm trying to piece together maybe the box was in Annie's trailer, the mirror was missing. What if the mirror was in the drawer here? And I kind of just want to like see if like Violet can connect with the spirits that just are around, not
Sure.
necessarily connected to this, and just see if they have any information on that.
Sure. Absolutely.
Uh,
I will
yeah, so
say
she's
do a
gonna pull out
sense
like a
roll.
little bag of like wooden runes that she's like hand carved,
Mhm.
and start to try and cast right there on the ground.
Yeah. Go ahead and do a sense roll.
Okay. I just click on it. Oh. What is it? 2d6 then? I have 2.
2 more. Yeah. So then it would be 2d6.
You got this.
Well, that's 2 2s, so I don't got this.
Ooh.
Mm.
It's a family thing.
That cannot be my only.
Rules and
That
team
cannot
bad
be it.
rules.
Can I ask
You-
Madame Maria maybe for a little bit of help and try again?
You can, but before we do that,
Okay.
one of the things that you notice is you begin to hear the sound of rushing water. At first, what would come out of a faucet, and then a waterfall, and then waves of the ocean before it finally, you open your eyes and find yourself in this dark abyss, completely covered in water. You can feel this pressure on you and you can't breathe. You try to take a breath in, but it is not happening. And that moment just before you pass out, you finally wake up from this vision and take in a deep breath. Finally, you take a brain mark.
I think she reflexively just like coughs, even though the water wasn't really there. She's just like coughing, just. And looks. I think she looks around for her cousin, and it's just like, Siobhan.
Vi, what's wrong? I'm gonna like leave them to the investigating and head out.
Sure.
What's up? You okay?
She's just gonna kind of kind of collapse into your arm a little bit and just.
Okay. You're okay. Everything's all right.
What happened? I was in the lake again.
You're right here with me. No water around that I can see.
I heard it first. Something was coming. Okay, let me try again. And you notice now, or like she kind of like indicates now that she was trying to cast. And she looks over to Madame Maria and goes, could you perhaps lend me some of your assistance?
Yes, of course. What are you seeking?
Well, they detected Plead in the drawer in the vanity, and I don't know, the last vanity I saw, drawers could hold a mirror, which conveniently is missing from the box in Annie's drawer. And I just want to see if maybe the spirits who are just generally around could maybe help us track this mirror's path. Like, where did it go from that box?
Okay. I feel like I know the answer.
I mean, it'd be easier if you just told us then.
Go on.
If the House of Mirrors is the place where people are disappearing, I think it's there. I think that your idea was right. I think Annie had given this mirror to Isabella. I think that something may have happened, and now the House of Mirrors has been dragged into this. If there's anywhere I would go, it would be there. But that is extremely dangerous.
You're muted.
Sorry. GM, would it be possible for William to do a read on Madame Maria?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
She seems...
What are you looking for?
She seems awfully intent on helping us connect the dots and moving us in the direction of the Hall of Mirrors.
Mm-hmm.
And which just happens to be the place where multiple people have suddenly either disappeared or have been murdered.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, anybody with...
You could definitely do a read roll, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, and Violet just believes her. Like, she's kind of naive. Like, she's just straight up on her side. Like, okay, she's helping us.
Can I give William a drive to assist him? Since we've kind of worked together so much.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
Okay.
Dang, you guys have been just on it. All right. So with the
weighted
6.
dice.
Yeah, right. The digital dice. You can tell that it's not... It doesn't seem to be malicious. It seems like she's taking some sort of accountability for this because she was the one that told Annie about this. It seems like she's wanting to get this taken care of more or quicker because she feels at fault. And you are Candela. She's worked with you. She knows this is what you do. If there's anybody that's going to be able to do this, it would be you guys. You can also see that there is a lot of care towards Violet as well. Like, she placed a hand onto Violet's shoulders in a comforting way. Almost like she knows that if she makes this plunge again, she knows that bad things happen. For example.
All right. I feel like we ask Helena if she already got rid of a bunch of bodies. And if she did, I just go in and break all the mirrors because we can't save people anyways. And if she didn't, I don't know. That's on, you two. And I nod to Madeline and William.
Unfortunately, I don't know if that's a stop we even have to make. Because whenever we were told about what happened and what the witness had seen, there was a mention of quite a lot of blood. If those people did not receive immediate medical care, I don't think that there's anything we could do for them.
So is that the go-ahead for me to go break a bunch of mirrors?
I think that's the go-ahead for us to go and go inside, and if mirrors need broken, or if something comes out of a mirror, or if any of us, see a red light or anything that just screams we're about to die, I think we smash everything, not just the mirrors.
I love this. Great plan.
What could possibly go wrong?
Guess we're heading over.
Hey. Before you go, Violet, Madame Maria pulls out this small totem that is covered in familiar types of glyphs and runes, and she hands it to you and she says, "This is for your protection. Use it if you need to. This will help with any magic that tries to consume you." And she hands over to you something that you know. It is a ward that will prevent a mark of bleed hitting you. So if you take another mark of bleed, you can instead use this to use its like magical capabilities to then prevent that bleed mark.
Nice.
Just once.
Just once, yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. And Madame Maria, do remember, you may have shared information with her, but you are not at fault for the decisions that others make. And what they do with that information, that's on them.
I just feel like a foolish old woman taken advantage of, and you are very kind. I appreciate your kind words, but this is something that I will have to live with. Now, go. You all will take care of it. I know you will. And you will shine bright. I know you will.
In terms of the actual circus, is there a show being performed as we speak?
You can hear like every so often cheers and, different sorts of yelling and excitement from within the tent. So yes, there is. It seems to be just, every once in a while something might happen. You'll hear Helena yelling out to everybody, "You do you want it?" It's muffled currently because of all the bodies in there, but you can hear her announcing the next bit of whatever the circus performance is. So you can tell that there is still people in there and it is still going on as the show is still going. I mean, you've only been here for maybe 10 minutes-ish, 20 minutes.
Okay.
So, to the House of Mirrors?
Think so.
To the House of Mirrors.
To the House of Mirrors.
All right.
We must.
You all begin to approach this large structure on the other edge of the carnival. You can see there is a trail of blood drips that lead into this House of Mirrors. And you are all faced with your own reflection. But before we enter the House of Mirrors, we're going to go on a break so that we can get all of our liquids and bathrooms taken care of. And we will be right back and entering the House of Mirrors.
Terrifying.
Table Talk is not your typical D&D TTRPG podcast. We are not here to run you through our whole campaign.
We're here to talk about everything else in the space of tabletop roleplay.
I'm your host, Alejandra Wilhelm.
And I'm also your host, Mariah Gresham.
And we're your tabletop roleplay girlies.
You sell dice? I'll take like 10 of them. My budget's set to $50,000, but that is dwindling. Each booth I hit, $200 is a minimum. Bag isn't empty, filled with games, I'm never playing them. I must be Jenny D, all the brand deals that I'm rolling in. You can call me Dr. Meeple, cause I got many men invested in this hobby. Next con, you know I will attend. VIP access badge, cause I influence me. Go cast wish. You could never ever rock a con like this. Grit like me. Go cast wish. You could never ever 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 rock a con like this.
Dear Rainier, greetings. I trust this letter finds you in good health and high spirits. Word has reached my keen ears that you are in pursuit of a most intriguing endeavor, venturing into the perilous realms of the Nine Hells. Well, my dear friend, fate has a curious way of bringing like-minded individuals together, for I find myself harboring a new, similar ambition. You see, I have come into possession of a most extraordinary journal, a tome brimming with insights and secrets, concentrating on the Nine Hells, gifted to me by the legendary spell spinner himself, Morden Kanan. After a bit of persuading from dear Elminster, however, as the saying goes, 2 heads are better than 1. And in this case, 2 ruggedly handsome rogues are infinitely better than a solitary researcher. Now, the proposition I lay before you is simple yet profound. Would you be inclined to join forces with me on this daring expedition? I believe that our combined knowledge, skills, and maybe a band of intrepid adventurers could make this journey not only possible, but perhaps even successful. The contents of the journal are as tantalizing as a freshly brewed potion, but I must confess that navigating the treacherous landscapes of the Nine Hells requires more than scholarly acumen. It demands bravery, resourcefulness, and a fellowship forged in the crucible of adversity. Picture it, Rainier. An alliance between 2 indomitable spirits, backed by a cadre of
brave souls drawn to the allure of the unknown. Together we shall unravel the mysteries of the Nine Hells and emerge victorious, our names etched in tomes of history and sold under my name, of course. I eagerly await your response, and should you agree to embark on this extraordinary journey with me, let us meet at a place of your choosing to discuss the finer details. Yours in anticipation, Volothamp Gadam.
My dearest Volo, long has it been since I've had the pleasure of your letters. A mistake I prayed we would not make again. My past has been weighing on me, and a trip to the hills is a wink from the gods if I ever saw one. Of course, I'll agree to nothing I don't hear proposed with your own tongue, Volo. Traversing a landscape of contracts and legal pitfalls with a man so eager to sign his name on anything that's offered. That sounds like a crackerjack riot to me. I have recently partnered with 2 agents that shadow me in my adventures. One is a paladin with a capital D, likes to spit in the face of kings but is also stiff for the rulers. The other is much more dangerous, for she has sway with whomever she meets, and I cannot help but swim in the silver pools of her influence. They should be perfectly suited for going to hell. A place of my choosing. If left to my druthers, I shall always be of a mind to suggest our old haunt. Meet me in the dark vault of Waterdeep, seated in our corner of the Skewered Dragon. Drinks are on you, Renee.
Okay.
Oh, do we want to wait for H?
Well, everyone can hear us.
Hi.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, guys.
Hey, everyone. All right. Well,
Or
Little peek behind the curtain.
little peek behind the curtain. So, we started off. Where was it again? I can't remember. Oh, right, in the pit of despair.
Yeah.
You guys are going into the House of Mirrors. As you're all entering into this,
God, I hate that music.
you all begin stepping. Step by step, you find yourselves completely surrounded by mirrors. Is there anything you would like to do as you're traversing through?
I think it's just very obvious that Shiv, like, is itchy hands, like, is ready. Like, yeah, I'm just, like, super ready to break something. And I want to make sure that I'm kind of, like, protectively in front of everybody. I'm definitely the one, like, walking in first.
Madeline will reach into her satchel and pull out her camera and start to kind of document as we go. So there's just these horrified, like, flashes of light every once in a while, and you guys have to deal with that.
William will pull out his pistol, as well as having his bleed detector out.
Sure. Okay.
I think Violet's just like fiddling with her runes, and just like nervously following the group, but like just kind of like looking around and trying to sort of like shore up her inner strength. If that makes sense.
Sure. So, Will, your compass is showing you that there is bleed deeper within the House of Mirrors. Everywhere you look, you see your own reflection. The walls, floors, and ceilings are all mirrors. Some that
Are any of them
distort your
particularly,
shape.
like, distorted or crazy?
Some of them are just distorting your shape. It doesn't seem to be any... Go ahead and do, I would say, a survey roll to see if you can find one particular mirror that might be a little bit off compared to the others.
That's a 6.
Hey, love to see it.
You're walking through, trying to find any mirror that might be... There are different mirrors that, distort your shape, making you taller or shorter or wider or narrow. As you're walking through, you begin to see that some of them have a red glow, a red sheen over them. As you start to notice this, that is when you start to see this low fog covering the ground, maybe about a foot high, covering up to your calves.
William?
And within that you see the red light that is just emanating, floating across the floor.
William? William, the fog.
It's okay. It's okay. I show Madeline the compass, the bleed detector. It's here. There is something here, but it's not around us right now. It's further in. And the only way out is through, so we may as well keep going, I suppose.
As you're looking into the mirror, you see that the angles are going every which way. But one particular angle has this brighter red glow. And within that almost bulb of light, you see this small black outline of a hand mirror.
And that's a reflection? Also, does only William
It's
see
one
that?
of the reflections. It's one of the reflections. You're currently going through, the House of Mirrors is just mirrors upon mirrors upon mirrors. So it's a little disorienting. But yes, it is in one of the reflections. You can see this spot. Maybe it's not a mirror. Maybe it's a reflection. You would have to get closer to find out, but you definitely see this light with that outline, that silhouette.
I kind of want to walk up to take like a closer look and like see if I can triangulate where it's reflecting off of, I guess. Like kind of like go up to the spot and then look, where that would be from.
As you get closer, you put your hands up to make sure that it is a reflection, and your hand touches a mirror.
Great.
It's angled in a way that it turns a corner, and down just past this corner, you see this hall. That behind this glowing light is a wall that would be a mirror, but instead it's this portal, this look into another world, which you find that mist emanating from.
I'm gonna kind of like where the reflection was in the mirror, I'm gonna like elbow break that and then walk over to where the portal is and be like, I think
we found what, I don't know if this is trapping people or if it's more like people are going through it, but this doesn't look like a mirror.
Darling, I don't like that you're so close to it right now.
Oh, I take a couple steps back.
Siobhan,
Shimmy back.
Yes, please.
Violet, do you feel anything here? In this place?
Do I? Can I try and sense any presence?
What is your ability as the medium?
The like sense or like my specialty?
The specialty that you have, like the ability.
That's touching a corpse.
Touching a corpse. Okay.
Yeah.
Have we found?
You get just the slightest bit of it, because this place has been filled with death.
Mm.
You can see this. You have this feeling of anger, jealousy, betrayal. It's just like this pit in your stomach. And with each step closer towards this portal, this what looks like a mirror, but no reflections of yourselves in it. Each step you get closer is just more and more. It just sinks lower and lower, this terrible feeling.
And I can tell that this feeling, with my experience in dealing with spirits and their emotions, I can probably tell that these are not my emotions. I'm actually feeling something else.
Right. You seem to be feeling somebody else's.
GM.
Okay, go ahead.
The mirror itself, or the mirror portal, how big is it?
It's about, like, I'd say 7 feet tall, and then maybe about like 3 feet wide, 4 feet wide.
Are we talking something that's like a perfect rectangle, or perfect rectangle? It's a rectangle, or is it something like
a rectangle
of a different shape?
Yeah, it would be like a rectangle. Yeah,
got it. Okay.
Before anyone else does anything, Madeline just really quickly takes a couple of photos of it and kind of tries to judge if the flash seems to penetrate into the portal or in where it begins.
It doesn't seem to have any. It seems to go through.
Mm.
It doesn't seem like there's any reflection back towards you.
Oh, I want to go through it so
bad.
And I will say, because I didn't even think of this until now, but as you get closer, that light moves back. It's like one of those illusions of like the hall moving and becoming even longer as each step you take. So it's just this, it's like an optical illusion. It's not actually moving, but it seems like it is. And it is on the other side of whatever this is, this barrier.
So it's almost like dolly zoom.
Right. Yeah, exactly. That's what exactly like that.
The urge to walk into this is so strong.
It's so strong. I'm gonna turn to Siobhan and go, well, or was it Madeline who asked if I sensed anything, I think. And I'm just gonna say, I do. It's exactly what Madame Maria described. It's anger, it's jealousy, it's betrayal.
My bleed detector is obviously like, I point it at this portal.
Is it at the portal or is it inside of the
bleed
portal?
Here? There's not bleed.
Mm.
You can tell that there's magic, though. Because bleed is the after effects of magic. This is an active magical effect.
Got it.
I mean...
I think we must.
I walk through it.
Well, right.
Siobhan immediately dies.
Just asking
Follow
them.
Siobhan. There's no way of letting her go alone.
Everyone's standing here. We're all staring at this thing.
Well,
She just
can't just let her
she
go in
wants-
alone, I suppose.
Also,
wants
just GM,
No,
real quick. Would this count as my illumination key for run into danger?
100%.
Good
Yeah,
grief.
oh yeah. Without checking it, you just fucking, yep, 100%.
Would this count as my illumination key for track a target?
Oh,
Yeah, you're tracking a target. Absolutely. 100%.
nice.
How about sense of phenomenon?
Yeah.
We just all get them right
Definitely.
now.
Yeah, just like right here. This one moment.
This moment.
I love it. I'm pretty sure Madeline already got it like a while ago. I'm pretty sure.
I got two. I got gather
Hey.
statements and hunt down the lead.
Look at the level.
Yep.
I think I've gotten
If we
all
live.
three. I probed a witness and revealed a clue.
Sick.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I could get my third right here by speaking truth into power and saying, all of these people are idiots.
So, Siobhan, as you step through this port, you look back expecting to see everyone else. But instead you find your own reflection.
That's not good.
You see your own reflection, no emotion, staring right back at you. And you feel alone. Your friends, the people that you knew, they're no longer here. You have that feeling sink in just a bit until finally, I believe William was the next one walking in,
Yes.
until William walks inside. And you see a hand reaching through.
Okay. Thank God you walked into bow ties. I try to reach my hand through to pull whoever else is trying to come in.
Listen, could we talk for a sec? We need to
Yeah.
work on our communication, right? So
Yeah.
don't just at least tell me that you're going to just walk through mysterious portals
We were
before
all
you
staring
actually.
at it for a couple minutes. I thought that was the
Fair.
obvious thing.
Yes.
Okay, next time I'll announce I'm going to walk into the portal. Would that make you feel better?
In a more hushed tone. If not for me, do it for Maddie. She gets very concerned about you.
All right, that's a good point. All right, I'll be better about it. I promise.
You all begin to hear that music that was echoing through the House of Mirrors. That was coming from the carnival behind you. And now it's flipped. Everything in here, your left is your right. Everything you hear sounds foreign to you, as everything here is mirror.
Weird.
Each of you, one by one, walk into this mirrored world.
Do we
You
hear
carefully,
the Pink Floyd demons talking to us now?
100%. You carefully walk through the maze, returning back to the front. Each mirror, you swear you see your reflection just staring at you. Siobhan, everyone. And when you look back, it seems to be following your movements. But then, every time it's just in the corner of your eye, it just seems to be staring. But you finally reach the exit, and here you find the carnival grounds. Though here, it is completely covered in a low-hanging fog with a bright red light ominously above each of the street lamps that were just random places throughout the carnival are this glowing red light, and you can see that floating mirrors, broken shards, are floating in the air. You can see the Ferris wheel on the opposite side, operating backwards. Carnival games seeming to reset themselves. The rings falling off of the bottles that you throw a softball at, instead of falling down, are coming back up and stacking neatly. And you can see on the far end, where the carnival tent was, this bright red light shining within, making the outside glow. But it beckons you, but you make your own decisions. What would you like to do?
Siobhan, I swear this is the worst place you've ever taken me, and that's saying something whenever you took me on that date to the fish markets.
Well,
why are we
first of
here?
all, I thought you would like to get some fresh fish and then I would cook it. It's not the point. This isn't a date. I don't know what to do from here. This is on you guys. Not my area
Maybe
of
we check
expertise.
out
William's
Annie's
holding his
trailer
tongue.
here.
That again?
Maybe
Violet?
we check out Annie's trailer here, like this version of Annie's trailer, and see if there's anything different.
That sounds like a
Right.
good idea.
I like that
is a
idea better
capital
than going
suggestion.
to that tent with the big red light. Not a good
I think
idea.
we're gonna have to go there too, but I'm also trying to put that off. So, Annie's trailer.
Okay. With each step you take, you see from the corner of your eyes the reflections that you had seen in the House of Mirrors of yourself. But yet, William, in the corner of your eye, you swear you see your sister again. But when you take a look, it's just yourself looking at your own reflection. Siobhan, when you look through the mirror, you see that no one is around you, as if this is just some sort of fantasy in your head, this dream, and everyone around you is just playing along. But yet, when you finally take a good look in the mirror, you see everyone. Violet, when you look through the mirror, through the corner of your eye, you see just this rushing water surrounding you. And Madeline, you just see piercing red eyes and this dark, shadowy figure. You walk through the carnival until you finally come to that small courtyard on the other side of the circus tent. I would like... Can somebody roll a survey roll, please?
I can do it.
I have 2.
Actually, no. This is easy to see.
Oh, okay.
As you're coming around, you quickly notice that there are these shadowy figures that walk back and forth, backwards. They seem to be doing some sort of task, but they're walking from one trailer to the next. This shadow lookout, this scout almost. It seems like they're looking for something. But you do see Annie's trailer just on the other side.
Before proceeding, William is going to turn to the other 3 and say, "Listen, before we proceed any further, I just want to double check with everyone. The mirrors. Is everybody seeing things in the mirrors?"
Yes.
Yes.
I'm more likely not
Okay.
seeing what I should see in them.
Okay. That's terrifying. I'm seeing memories of a certain... I'm seeing my sister. My dead sister. That is altogether strange. And I also saw them back in the not red scary version of this world when we were in that trailer. I'm wondering if this mirror, this handheld mirror that we've been searching for, that is somehow corrupted the other mirrors and has led us to an alternate reality.
Well, it's definitely kind of reversed here.
Whenever I touched the box, the one that the mirror had been in, I saw the Mr. Nightfall, and I see him now.
Okay. Is he nearby? William, just checking, William cannot see him.
Correct. Yeah, this is not something that you see in the mirrors. You only, and every time that you look at the mirrors, it's like it's just your
in
reflection.
my peripheral focus.
It's the peripheral that it's like a ghost that's standing there, and every time you look, it's not.
Got it. I only bring that up because I want to make sure we all know what's real.
So if we see something we're scared of, it's not really there, is what you're saying.
I didn't say that. I didn't say
Quite
that.
a lot in here I'm scared of.
For one, those, and he points off in the distance towards the shadowy figures that seem to be moving around. Are they in between us and Annie's trailer?
Yes, they seem to be walking like from trailer back into like the carnival tent, then back out towards another trailer, and it seems like they're going in random tracks, going from one place to another. It doesn't seem like they have any point to where they're going, other than they are just walking.
I think perhaps we should not let them see us.
Well, I was thinking, one, we should find out if they're, corporeal. Because they look like shadows, right? And also, maybe they're just like all the backwards moving games. Maybe they're just not even mentally anything.
I'm gonna pick up a ball from like one of the games and like toss it in my hand for a second and be like,
okay, I'm gonna ask permission this time. Can I throw this ball at one of them from far away to see if one, it hits them, and two, they react to it?
Well, what if these are the souls?
Then it'll go right through him, right? You can't hit a soul with a baseball.
No shit.
Fine.
I'd drop it.
I mean, Maddie, I'm
I
not
don't think it's
alone
entirely
here.
a bad idea.
Violet, please don't do this to me. I'm begging you. Just, we stay away from the creepy shadowy figures.
Reasonable. Alright, fine. We stay away from the shadow figures.
Not had good past relations with shadowy things in the mist.
Absolutely. The world is creepy enough as it is.
It was just an idea. I was just throwing it out there. We sneak around instead.
I mean, here's the thing. Should it come down to us having to encounter, I would prefer us to not be the instigator in an encounter.
Okay, I see your point.
So, with what Madeline said, let's try and sneak about.
Alright.
Hey. I would like each person to do a hide roll. as you were trying to get
bad
past
for me.
these.
Oh boy.
And we can spend a drive to roll one more d6, right?
Yeah, each drive point counts as another d6 that you can roll.
But it has to be in that category.
But it has to be in that category, unless you have something that does different.
No.
Like, you have, like, an ability that allows you to do that.
Well, no, never mind. I have something that says if you're trying to escape a trap or an ambush, but that's not what we're doing. We're, like, sneaking around.
I would like to
Kind of feels
use...
trap-like.
I would like to use my my roll ability.
Okay.
Slink. So I'm going to use Saw This Coming to add a D to Madeline.
Okay.
In terms of their roll.
Wow.
Sorry.
Somehow,
with disadvantage, Siobhan
got 2 6s on the roll, which means that you got a 6. That is incredible. That is so
was
fucking
the craziest thing.
I've now gotten 2 1s and 2 6s. That's wild.
So, that is wild.
So would it be possible for Madeline to re-roll their roll since I'm giving them that extra?
Since you're giving a d6, I'll just have you do another d6 for Madeline.
I rolled it. It was not good. I'm sorry.
Okay.
My highest was a 4.
Okay.
If I crit, if I see
it,
if I see she's about to step on something because I crit, could I just like sweep her up?
You don't crit on a disadvantage roll, unfortunately.
Damn it.
You got 2 6s, but
Fair.
it just counts
Sorry,
as 1.
I'm being greedy. Continue.
No, it's all good. Violet, what did you
I
roll?
got 6 and a 1.
Nice. Okay, cool. Good. And then
I'm going to use a drive for my cunning. I'm going to
force. Okay. So Siobhan somehow is able to get past. Violet, you are also able to get past. But William and Madeline, as you're going, Siobhan is leading the way, and Violet is just behind her cousin. They are able to make it. They're watching the people or the spirits walking back and forth and trying to gauge exactly when is the best time to go, and they book it at their first opportunity. The two of you stay back, and you try to do the same thing, which you do. However, as you're turning the corner of one of these trailers to finally get to Annie, you feel this shadow walk through. Each of you are immediately taken from this, whatever mirror world this is, to Madeline. You see yourself in this one. You are the one that is standing just below a streetlight. You look down at your hands and you are completely covered in shadow. You look at what you're wearing and it's the suit of Mr. Nightfall. You hold your head and you find that there's a hat there. Whatever this shadow did to you has changed you into him, and you are now completely disconnected from your body. And you can see yourself terrified, staring directly at you. William, you are taken back to the first time that you also had seen this figure. It's a dark night and you are in your bed. You're young, surrounded by the other beds of the other orphans, and your sister right next to you. You awaken to see a figure standing just above her bed. You're feeling that anxiety that you felt at that day. You are jumping out of bed, trying to get to her before he can, but before that happens, a hand grips onto her. You're able to wrench it free and rush towards the front door. But just as you cross past that doorway, you feel her hand taken from you. You see the door open, suddenly closing, with the visage of Mr. Nightfall holding her hand. And as that door finally closes shut, and you hear that click, the entire orphanage bursts into flames. And you're just standing there, watching the bright light flickering, until finally both of you come back to your vision here in the mirror world. You are now grouped up with both Siobhan and Violet, but it feels like what most likely was seconds felt like years of just terror. You both also take 2 bleed marks. Sorry, 1 bleed mark each is what I meant. Not 2.
I was like, oh, I got a scar.
Someone dying in this game.
So you have to take 4 in order to get a scar. So if you had 3, it would just be
Okay.
yeah, it's the 4th one that puts you over.
Gotcha.
William will immediately turn to Madeline just to see if she's okay.
Madeline is currently throwing up very quietly, like on the edge of the group, just like dry heaving.
Mm-hmm.
If I hear you, I would immediately turn around and go and like try and like rub your back.
Hey, what's wrong?
It was him. I was. Will, are you okay?
William doesn't say anything. He kneels down and takes Maddie's hands. All that. Whatever we saw was in the past. It's not real. It was in the past, where it belongs. Going to get through this. I promise you, we will get through this.
Okay.
It seems they don't really care about our presence. It's just walking through them. You had some sort of experience, I presume. So perhaps we don't have to be quite as careful as we thought.
It seems like that one had gone through through one of the oh my god, trailers. There we go.
Okay.
Jeez. Had gone like through one of the trailers as they were turning the corner, and it seemed to have continued on its way. It seems like it didn't notice either of you.
Okay.
It had just, it was like that split second where like you had passed each other and there was no recognition that they had seen you or gone through you or anything like that. And I only say that because you did technically succeed in the hide roll. So you guys are hidden at the moment.
Well,
I think moving forward, I'll stay at the back of the group to make sure you guys
Madeline
get through.
just wraps her arms around Yor and
Yeah,
it's just
I got
hanging
you.
off of Siobhan.
You're okay.
I'm gonna guess this door's gonna be locked too, and I don't think we want to make a ton of noise. Is anybody able to pick a lock?
I'm a little rusty, but I could try.
You gonna give it a shot?
Yes.
Okay.
I will give it a shot, and
Before
I
you
will
even roll.
spend a drive.
Before you even roll,
Okay.
it is unlocked.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
You place your hand on the
broken
and just
two
like
worlds.
right. Mhm. It's
that's
still
difference number
connected,
one.
so it is not the same as the outside world, but it is unlocked.
Well, apparently they aren't quite as worried about theft in this world.
As you open up the door, within, you don't find crumpled papers. You don't find the box thrown onto the counter. What you do find is a uncrumpled letter on the table. And as you get close enough to see, it's written backwards. So it'll take you a little bit just to, it's easy enough to where you can definitely read this, but it'll take you a little bit to kind of almost decipher the backwards writing and to know what it says.
Question, is there a mirror in here?
There is not a mirror in here.
Damn it. All right.
That would have been a great idea. Yeah.
It was a nice try.
I mean, there are floating mirrors out there, but there's also, shadowy figures.
Sure.
So.
Well, I'm going to try to do the
Sure.
paper, so does anyone else want to try to check out what else might be in here?
I'll pick up a bunch of shit. Look around.
Okay.
I'll give it a try. You could.
I'll look at my bleed detector.
Survey?
Am I sensing anything with my bleed detector, or is it just like overwhelmed with the amount of bleed in this area?
Yeah. It's pretty much not working right now. Yeah.
We're bathing in bleed right now.
You're not. So magic is what you're in right now. It's not bleed just yet. That was like that corrupted figure, the shadow that you had gone through, because it's like this after effect of that magic that had changed it into whatever it is, and now it is like a being of bleed. Currently, you are in like a magic realm, so the bleed hasn't affected you just yet. But there might be some sort of after effects.
Okay, I'll also do a survey roll, if that's possible.
Okay, sure. What are you looking for? Or same thing, just whatever?
Just, I'm looking for, because this is a trailer that we've already been in the other world, correct?
Right.
And when we came to it, it was unlocked.
Right.
And everything's moving in reverse.
Mm-hmm.
And this technically was the trailer we found the box that had the mirror in it.
Right.
Madeline, I think we want to keep an eye out for... Before we entered the portal, we were in a trailer. We were in this trailer. We came here, we opened it, and we discovered what we discovered. What if all of this is... This whole entire experience is all a mirror. It's all happening in reverse. There's no defining characteristics about the shadowy figures, right? There's just amorphous, vaguely humanoid shadowy figures.
If I'll actually, I can take this survey roll if you'd like to kind of get a better look at them.
Yes, definitely.
Okay. You take a peek through one of the windows that are on the trailer, and as you do, you see one passing by, walking backwards. One of the things that you notice.
I hate that.
I hate it.
One of the things that you notice is there is longer hair. This seems to be a femme figure with a ponytail. And then as you notice that, you see another one that looks femme, another one. You can find that there are currently, oh my god, what is it?
7 plus
Yeah.
2, so
Not
9.
7. Not 7. It was because it was over the past 7 days. So it would have been, 7. Shit, what was
7
it?
plus the original 3?
7
Yeah,
plus the
7
original
plus
3.
the
So it would be
original
7. You're right. Yeah, sorry. So yeah, no, just 7.
Oh.
Just
okay.
7 of them are
Yeah,
going
including
around.
So just the
original three.
victims.
Correct. Yeah. It seems to be just the victims here.
So the original 3 are probably in the big tent.
Hmm.
If they're not in their own rooms.
Well, we're in one of their rooms, right?
Yeah.
And they're not home.
Is the box there?
The box is.
Hmm.
Yes.
Is it
Is the
closed?
pouch that
Is
was
it
on the
empty?
hook? Is that there as well?
The pouch with the hook is actually like on the counter just next to where the box was placed.
All right, I know
So we're seeing something
you
that's-
said not to touch the box, right?
I just meant that you should maybe say what you're going to do before
No,
you do
I know.
it.
I'm just saying, when we were back in here, you guys said don't touch the box. So I'm just
It hurt me,
thinking.
so I don't want you to touch it.
Is there a blanket or a towel or something in your bag?
Yeah, I was gonna
you
say
use
the
to try
bag.
and open the box?
Yeah.
Use the
You
bag.
could throw it in the
to,
bag.
like-
Mhm.
I want to open the box with it.
There's
I
no.
looked at you.
There's no
straight
bleed.
Think alike.
Oh,
You
there's-
open it.
Oh,
There is
Never mind.
a
I'm being careful enough for no
a
reason.
shape.
I
You
learned
didn't know.
nothing.
Yeah. You do see that there is a shape in here, but there is a note that also falls out.
Oh. I pick it up and hand it to
One
Maddie.
of the things that you see here is a red hand on one side, and the other is a short note that basically says, giving this to someone over a long period of time, if they look at themselves for over X amount of time, that is when it will take their soul. But it has to be all in one sitting. So it has to connect to the person that's holding it, and then in one sitting it needs to be, say, 5 minutes of just staring at themselves in the mirror. And then it takes the soul.
And this is written on a note with a red handprint on it.
A red handprint is on the other side of this note. Yeah.
This is a wild question. Can I tell if the red handprint is the, like, looks to be the same size as the old lady? Like, I don't know who else would have written that kind of note.
No. So the note isn't large. This isn't like a person's handprint.
Oh,
It
okay,
seems to
I
be like a
misunderstood.
symbol of something, which is
Okay.
in the shape of a hand. It's just a
Gotcha.
symbol.
It's a logo.
So
So
it's
like someone's logo.
Right.
Yeah.
finger painting.
Right. Yeah.
And it's also red, just like the light.
hmm Do any of us recognize the handprints from past investigations or from being in the city?
I would say if there's anybody that would know, it would be you. So go ahead and do a focus roll to see if you can remember, or if you
Okay.
have this information in general.
Could I aid them in that focus roll?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, so an additional dice. And 5.
Okay. So as you take this card and you're looking over the hand, just because of the place that you are and just surrounded by magic, it's almost like you have this vision. You had actually spoken to the Red Hand before. They are a organization that has different sorts of magics and artifacts that they traffic and sell to the highest bidder. You've used one of these items before. This was one that you had used to get rid of Mr. Nightfall at the very end of everything. And just feeling that, it's like this sort of flash of memories where you see yourself shaking hands with someone, their features obscured. You see yourself preparing for the task at hand with William just next to you. And then you see yourself coming face to face with Mr. Nightfall, almost like this jump scare as it just appears in front of you, the red eyes, and you'll take a brain mark.
Oof.
But you do know who the Red Hand is.
Well, this is fantastic. Appears that our lovely little Annie was provided this horrifying gift by the Red Hand, which is annoying, because I can't exactly do anything about that because we actually need them sometimes. But that might be something we need to look into. Making sure that they aren't this stupid again.
Why were they after something like this?
Annie wanted it to get rid of Isabel. The Red Hands gave it to Annie because she was paying them. They only care about money. She only wanted Quincy. And now all of this and all of these people are suffering.
Okay, but not every one of them could have spent 5 minutes looking into that mirror. Right?
That seems
No,
like
absolutely
an awfully
not.
long time to be looking in a mirror.
So there's a
Maybe
a
they
piece
didn't
we're
know
missing.
that they were.
What do you mean?
Maybe they weren't aware that they were looking into a mirror. Or into that mirror.
Maybe it jumped into the other mirrors. We could spend 5 minutes in the House of Mirrors.
In the
very
House of Mirrors,
easily.
though,
That's a good
in the House of Mirrors, though, there was a spot where it looked like someone could place that mirror.
Yeah.
Right, that's what led to the portal,
Yes.
right?
Siobhan, she smashed it.
Uh-oh.
What
Your-
if...
Madeline, your audio went all weird. I don't know if you have like a microphone to plug and unplug or something. Just letting you know.
Am I
what
good
if-
now?
Yeah.
You're
All
great.
good.
Better.
Okay. Maybe it came loose.
Yeah.
What if this mirror, this handheld mirror, was placed whenever someone was going into, someone they didn't like, was going into the Hall of Mirrors, and that person, because of all of the reflections, was not fully aware that they were actually staring into that mirror. And that's how they lost themselves.
William, that is absolutely brilliant.
Yes.
I just don't understand
Now it-
how a mirror that steals souls turns into a mirror dimension.
And how
That
the
part is
person
good.
who had the person who orchestrated this all herself became a victim. I'd really like to know how that happened.
Well, you toy
All
with
right.
magic like this, it will backfire on you.
I have a theory, but it is wild guesswork and not based in fact at all.
We're in a
I think
really
we're up for
weird
that.
situation, so let's hear it.
Maybe Annie put it in the Hall of Mirrors, did something to lure Isabella into, but Isabella brought Quincy, and both of them got sucked into the mirror, and then Annie realized what she had done and tried to get Quincy back, or perhaps Annie just went in to retrieve the mirror and was sucked in herself, and the mirror just stayed there and was unleashed in the hall with no one to control it, and it fueled completely by the rage and betrayal and jealousy of that little love triangle.
Okay, hear me out. Say all that happened. The mirror's left. The other 3 are in it. If the mirror looks at a reflection of itself, is that this?
Maybe it is. Maybe that's what we're in, is the reflection of the mirror.
Would explain why everything's in the reverse.
I think the only way to finish this is to go and confront.
That's where we don't want to go.
Yes, precisely.
All right.
Listen, you know, I'm usually all for the direct approach. Full bore, full steam ahead, all that what. What if we just say fuck it and don't? We just try to go back through the Hall of Mirrors and we say, tell the people on the other side, well, we've solved the case. And, magic. And, sadly, the people that are deceased, gone, shuffled off this mortal coil, we won't be seeing them again.
William.
And how do we stop more people from disappearing?
I'm afraid too. But think about it. There are other Sarahs out there, and we can save them.
This is what we signed up for, is it not? In a way.
Listen, I don't give a flying fuck about any of these other people. That's not what I'm dealing with right now. I'm dealing with you 3, and you're the only 3 people I care about. So I will go where you go. I just go under very large protest. And
Then we go to the red light.
I put my arm around William and I'm like, it's gonna be fine. And just start moving him towards.
Start walking out the door. Like, yep, all right, we're going then.
Okay. All right.
You guys have faced much scarier things than a big red light.
I've died before. What could be worse than that? Besides coming back and then having to remember it. But you know.
When Violet says that, Siobhan looks awful.
Madeline kind of goes up and puts her arm around Violet. Well, we're all fucked. Might as well get this over with.
To the red light we go.
Here we go. Okay.
Careful not to
When you
walk through
exit-
shadows.
Yeah.
When you exit out of the trailer, are you trying to be hidden again? Or are you trying to just walk through?
I almost feel like I should break something far away as a diversion so that we get bonuses or something on stealthing.
That sounds like a good idea.
Alright, was there anything in that trailer that would have been, like, big that I could throw?
The box.
The mirror box,
okay.
yeah.
I grab the
vanity
box,
mirror.
and I just look at everyone. I'm like, all right, I'm going to throw this at that mirror. And I point at a mirror that's, like, farther in the opposite direction.
So.
Yes.
As you open the door to look outside just to see the mirror, you find all of the shadows standing just
I
outside.
immediately shut the door.
Oh, well, fuck that.
Oh.
There's a complication.
What is the complication?
They're all the fuck out there. Is there a window in the back of this trailer?
There is a window, yeah. I mean, it had like a drape over it. That's what William had looked through to see. But
Go
yeah.
and look at the window.
Once you guys entered into the trailer,
They're shadows. They could just walk through the door. I just slammed a door in their face for no reason. Oh my god.
They're not.
also say,
We're here, and they're not coming in.
Maybe they can?
Yeah.
Do I need to somehow drive this trailer?
One of the things that you hear as well, there is this they keep on whispering something, but it's hard to hear. It's backwards of something.
Can I use
allow.
Could I do a read roll?
Focus roll
to read their whispers.
Okay. Are you trying to understand like body language based off of like what they're doing and what they're trying to, the point that they're trying to get across? Because if you want to understand what they're saying, that would be more of a focus roll.
Okay.
But if you're trying to look at their body language, there is something that you can get out of either one.
Okay. I'm going to go with focus. I haven't used any of my intuition yet, so I'm going to try and use 2.
Okay.
Okay. Oh boy.
This is so tense. Thank God you used 2.
Getting the 6s.
Oh.
All right. So, one of the things that you hear coming from them is it's like this long drawn out and then it leads to and as you start to kind of cut that bit by bit, you can tell that it's saying, "Help me."
Oh, damn.
Fuck.
It seems like these spirits want us to help them.
Well, they'd be helpful if they got the fuck out of the way, because we can't walk through them.
On that note, I'm gonna try. I look at Siobhan and I go, "Watch my back, real quick." And I'm gonna try and just. Are they densely packed together outside the door? Or is there some space to like, kind of zigzag between them?
They are almost crowded outside of. It's like they have found somebody that can help them, and they are doing their best, minus walking inside, to get your help. So they are just in this small crowd outside, and each of them are, staring towards you, so they're not backwards now, but they're just staring towards the door.
I look at Siobhan and I go, "How do you say we're trying backwards?"
I am wildly not the person to ask this. Even thinking about that makes my head hurt. We're... Yeah... Nope.
No.
We say that to the ghost.
Sure. Yeah. Sure. You can tell that once you open do a sway roll. For sure.
Wait, which one of us are doing
a perfect thing for this?
Is it just all of us sitting there trying to say the same thing? So
trying to
So all of us give the help action to one person.
So you can only do one of the help actions, but Yes, you can use as many drives as you want from one person.
I actually just looked up backwards
just
text for "we're trying."
Incredible.
So you say it then.
So if I don't have any circles in sway, but I spend a drive, I get 1d6, right?
Correct. Yeah, you could do that.
Okay. All right.
Anyone else have drive that they can give her? I've only got 1 and cunning left.
I have
For
0
which-
in cunning, so
one
I
in
actually
cunning?
can't help. I'm probably hindering the cause as I try and sound
I can
this
give
out.
I can give 1 in cunning.
Okay. A 3 and a 3.
3 and a 3.
3 and a 3.
They are
I
unmoving.
will say, if it looks like Violet's about to get hurt, I'm going to use an ability of mine. Just putting it out there.
Okay.
Can I actually just say we are trying backwards, or try to make an attempt?
Absolutely.
Can't wait to hear this.
You got it. You
It's
got
very
it.
serious.
We're all
There's
staring at
Andy.
him too.
All right.
Mhm.
Listen, please try not to laugh. I'm about to do something very, very silly.
I make no promises.
Good near.
I love it. You see they have like a tilt of the head as they look towards the trailer's door. And then you hear, oh man, what's the website you had?
Backwards text. Oh, namecheap.com backwards text generator.
God.
I
How
am
come
living
we're
for a
Danny?
conversation.
All right, let's see how good we can
between
get
Johnny
this.
and
So
Danny
much.
backwards.
I'm going to have to mute my microphone again.
All right,
Your turn, Johnny.
let's see.
There's also
See, that's not.
text reverse. You can just text reverse is another website you can use.
Okay, let's see. Let's see what it says.
Hey, chat,
I am
someone
doing my
clip this, please. Please.
Right.
I am doing my best to riz the ghost.
This doesn't give you the phonetic sound of it though. Damn. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, and which
That
if you'd
actually
like,
was pretty
I
good.
don't know if it's gonna sound like that or not. Clip it. We'll fucking put it in reverse and we'll
Oh,
see.
that'd be so cool.
But you can do who got the focus roll last time to understand it? Was that roll right there, the 6 that you got?
Yeah.
That
For
was
William?
me, yeah.
Okay. I will say that since you got that 6 last time, you hear them say, she's in there. And then they start to back away from the door, and then all of them turn to look towards the tent.
Where the red light is, of course.
Oh,
Of course.
snap.
Fuck
William
me,
just
that was a
rizzed the
lucky break.
ghost. William, that was incredible. I'm so proud
was-
of you.
It was unbelievably stupid, Madeline, but thank you.
It's not stupid if it works.
Fair.
Yeah. All right. Looks like we're going to the big red light.
Before we go, I need to do one thing. And then I turn and I grab Madeline, or grab Siobhan by her collar, drag her down, and kiss the daylights out of her.
Yes.
And then
We
I let her
love
go.
that.
I pick her up and get a little too into it, and then remember we're around people and put her back down.
Love
The
that.
two of
All right,
you
I'm good
have
now.
the absolute worst,
Head into danger.
worst timing ever.
Yes, I
Siobhan,
know,
for some reason,
William.
you lose a body mark. Like,
I think,
Can I remove one of my mind marks just because I'm just so happy for the two of them?
absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
100%.
Thank
That
you.
sounds
So
great.
good.
That either means
Just
one of two
depression.
things. Either that was a really good thing to ask, or it's not gonna matter at all.
There's just gonna be so many marks flying in the next part.
Yep.
So-
Vi's gonna wait for that moment, and she's gonna pull Siobhan aside. And Siobhan, I want you to actually have this because you keep insisting on throwing yourself in front of me. If you're gonna throw yourself in front of me, you should have a little extra protection. And I'm gonna hand her the ward.
No.
Try to hand her the ward that Madame Maria gave her. But see, when I get hurt, I get insight.
I don't like seeing you hurt, Vi.
And I don't like seeing you hurt.
Fine. What is it? What does it look like?
It's what I'm imagining is just like this small little like wooden shape of, I mean, I'd say like a raven.
Oh, cool.
And all covering it like with the feathers. The feathers are carved with like runes to make them look as if they're the feathers of the raven, but they are actually the protective runes that keep that bleed from hurting you.
That's sick.
It
I
wards
actually
that
want
off.
this little figurine now. Okay, I'm gonna tuck that into my pocket then.
Okay.
All right. But that means that if you're about to get hurt, I get to throw myself in front of you. Because I can't get hurt.
Means it won't. Oh, I mean, you can still get hurt. Just.
But I'm
help.
tougher. It's
But
fine.
yes, deal.
Got it.
And I'll give her like a little little elbow to the arm.
Okay. All right. So, you all prepare yourselves mentally and physically. As you exit this trailer, you see each of them are almost lining up as a procession for you to enter into this circus tent nearby.
Terrifying.
Goddamn.
Each of them following you backwards as if a parade celebrating their saviors. And then you enter into the circus tent. This red light shines on each of you until you close your eyes because of the brightness, and then after opening, you find yourselves in a giant circus tent of mirrors. The floor,
Hate
the
it.
sides, the ceiling leading up to this glowing red light. But more importantly, one of the things that you see in the mirror is this grotesque, elongated figure, almost like the shapes that you had seen when you had gone through the House of Mirrors. This long arm and then this wider one, and you see this torso that is shaped in this weird, almost twisted fashion. You see the legs that are bent in certain ways, and on the shoulders you see this head that is turned backwards.
Oh. Ugh.
You see it's staring at each of you. The back arms are like bent backwards to keep it upright. And you can see that the torso is leaning up. This is a female figure, but it is grotesque beyond anything that you could have imagined. And it is looking directly at you in one of the mirrors. You look in the other sides, there's nothing. But in her hand, you see a black obsidian hand mirror. As you enter inside, she moves out of the mirror and begins rushing towards you. As she does, she's about to claw at you, and then she goes into the mirror. Just below you, you see her upside down, crawling underneath, crawling up to the top, and then falling just in front of you. You can tell that she is playing with you. But what would you all like to do as she just lands directly in front of you, her hand kept back, this backwards hand?
Anytime I see her go into a mirror, I am punching and breaking that mirror. Like, I'm going
all right, so you're going to
apeshit.
try and start breaking mirrors. Amazing. All right.
Is this creature, do they look at all like a dead body?
They don't look like a dead body.
Just
They just
mutilated.
look like this weird, weird, like fucked up
Absolute nightmare
shape of a body. It seems like they're still alive. And you could tell that there's like this long hair that has like a hairpin that isn't holding very much anymore. And like this stringy hair is kind of covering up the face as well. Yeah, it doesn't look dead, but it looks like it should be.
I was
So-
trying to see if Violet would be able to do something with that.
Right.
But
Siobhan,
Yeah.
you are going to start breaking mirrors.
Yeah, anytime I
would
see
like you to
them
do a
jump
strike
into
check.
one, I'm
Mhm.
like, I guess my
You are
thought on it-
surrounded by like mirrors as walls and as the ceiling and the flooring. Everything in here is a mirror, so you can just start striking if
Okay.
you'd like.
Yeah.
Okay, so go ahead and do a strike roll.
Okay. I'm using a drive just to be extra
Okay.
effective.
Am I feeling that anger and betrayal and stuff really strongly here?
Oh, absolutely. It's like the crescendo of those emotions
I would like
as
to-
you first entered into here.
I would actually like to use my slink roll, because I can do it 3 times.
Okay.
And I would like to give Siobhan an extra die.
Oh,
Okay,
cool.
All right, so then, yeah, go ahead and roll an extra d6.
Can I use one of my resistances to reroll?
Absolutely. Do you have 3 in strike? No, you would have to have 2. So you're re-rolling whatever your dot is with resistance, which I mean it might automatically do it on roll 20.
Yeah, I think it does. So I just do 2. Oh my gosh, guys! I just rolled so many dice.
The worst part about resistance is that you have to take the next roll.
Oh no! So I don't even get the. That was dumb. That was
Even
dumb
get the
thing.
5. So, as you punch into the mirror, it's a giant mirror. So, you send a crack into it, but immediately your hand is grappled and pulled into it. You are now on the upside down side of this mirror. You are on the other side of a mirror world, the mirrored mirror. And you are
So many
right in front of
levels.
it. And as it yanks into you, it dislocates your arm. You're going to take a body, and then you're going to take a bleed as well.
Okay. I'm protected from bleed because of Violet, right? From that totem.
So then that bleed is that
Okay. So that thing's gone. That bird broke.
that raven just shatters with that bleed. So you don't take that bleed.
Oh my god.
I'm in
But you are
fisticuffs
pulled
with
into that other side.
evil creature. Great.
Yes.
All right,
when that
someone else
happens,
go.
what is everybody else doing?
The moment that I see Violet punch and then Siobhan punch and then get yanked in, I'm immediately trying to shoot that mirror.
Okay. All right. So go ahead and do a control roll as you keep your face away from the mirror from shattering pieces, but go ahead and try and do a control roll then.
Okay, I'm gonna add one of my nerves.
Okay.
I'm gonna add a nerve to this.
You got this. You've been rolling great.
Mixed success.
Better than me.
Okay.
You know what? Can I actually use my resistance on that to see if I can get?
Wanna?
Yeah, I do.
It's
So if
risky
you use
as
your
someone who
resistance,
just
you are
fucked
rolling
up.
I know.
1d6 though.
I lose a potential mixed success.
All right.
All right.
Yes. Yes. Please.
Okay, so I'm using my resistance.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do I roll the 2 dice or just the 1?
So you have 1 dot in control, right?
Yes.
Oh no.
Okay, so then it would just be the 1.
I can't look.
Okay.
Okay.
What was it?
It's still a mixed success.
Okay.
You get that drive point back because that is your gilded die.
Okay.
You shoot into the mirror and you see that crack that Siobhan had just hit. You shoot into that and you see it spider pretty far, like about maybe 15 feet away from you, but this thing is quite large. It's like 40 feet wide in both directions. It's spidered, so it is close to breaking, but you see this like giant bullet hole. And Siobhan, on the other side of it, what you can tell, you are seeing the reflection of yourself that then cracks beneath you.
Okay.
You don't see anyone else except for this giant fucked up creature in front of you. And then the ground cracks. But that is what William does. What is everybody else going to do?
I think
The second-
Violet's gonna. Oh, go ahead.
No, go. You go.
I think Violet's gonna try and she doesn't really see much that she can do here. She's not a fighter. She doesn't see any corpses, but she does have a background in like connecting with spirits, and she doesn't really see much of a difference between a soul and a spirit. Or maybe this is the moment she's going to learn what the difference is.
Sure.
But she's gonna try and connect with her on like a spiritual level to try and maybe channel her. So that either the group can have a conversation with her, or she can maybe try and calm the emotions a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, go ahead and do a sense roll.
All right. I'm going to burn a drive to go for 3 total dice because I have a 2 in there.
Okay.
Now, if it's selected, that means I have to choose one of these to be a gilded die, right?
If it has that diamond, then yes.
Yeah. Okay. This one's my gilded.
Cool.
All right. Ooh. 3, 3, 2. Great.
Well,
Guys,
you might as well
why
take
did
that
we
gilded.
waste all the good rolls in the first half of this damn
I
game?
haven't
That's
had any-
exactly what I was thinking. I was like, you guys are getting
I got
great
that
rolls
one
now.
success on the sneak. And that's it.
So you try to connect with this being in a spiritual level. You try to connect to whatever might still be there, but instead you pick up like this static, this feedback almost of the same feeling that you had before, except now multiplied. It is this like exponentially worse feeling that you have. And yeah, you are taken back into this vision that's not your own. You see yourself walking with a very handsome man. You're holding their hand behind you as you enter in the House of Mirrors. And then it cuts. You're currently kissing, touching each other, and then it cuts until you see a reflection on one of the mirrors, this hand mirror. And then it cuts until you finally see your hand stabbed into the ground with a knife. And you look up to see another woman's face. You cut until you finally appear just in front of this hand mirror that is being held in front of you against your will. Your eyes are being held open as this mirror in front of you slowly takes your soul out from you. And you try to look away. You see in the periphery Quincy, dead. Until finally you feel your body being taken into this mirror, and this almost shattering explosion as the entire house of mirrors and this person, Annie, following you inside of it, enveloping and creating this entire world of a mirrored world. You feel what Isabel had felt in her final moments. And as you finally come to after this vision, you can see her visage on the other side of the carnival tent, staring at you like the others. But you do take a bleed mark and a brain mark.
Wow. Yeah, I think Vi's just kind of frozen in shock for the moment.
Shit. That was a lot.
Wait, but when I take one or more bleed marks, I also gain additional information about the phenomenon that harmed me.
Well, that's
but
perfect.
I get to ask a question. So
okay.
I don't know. That was pretty clear. So Annie trapped her and him. Annie killed him. Annie trapped her in the mirror, and then she got corrupted in here by all that hatred. And because her boyfriend's dead. And so I guess Vi's first question is like, so where's Annie?
You look down and you see that grotesque figure.
I thought that was
Annie.
Isabel.
That's Annie.
So where's Isabel then? That's okay.
Isabel is
I
that
got 'em mixed
shadowy
up.
figure on the other side. That just like
Okay, so they're
faintly
both
came
here.
to being
Okay.
and then like went away. Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
So
All right.
that was Violet's go. Madeline, what are you doing?
The second that Annie drags Siobhan into the mirror, I scream, and then I try to run a little bit of distance away from everyone else, and I turn around and I stare at where I saw her go in, and I say, it's no wonder that he picked Isabel. You are the ugliest thing I've ever seen in my life, and no one will ever love you.
Let's go. All right, do a sway roll. I love this. Do a
yeah.
fucking sway roll. Matter of fact, take another fucking D6 because that is amazing.
That's so
That is
good.
incredible. I love creating like these like puzzle-like things and not having any sort of a fucking solution, and then players coming up with shit
Oh
like
my
this
God.
that just like no matter what is just like the coolest shit ever. And that's fucking awesome.
The roll.
That is a 6 on
Yes!
the fucking die. Absolutely. So it seems like this figure is going to be grabbing onto Siobhan and then about to pounce on her. And then she hears you say that, and you see the head twisting around, the body not moving, just turning back to look at you. And then its body parts forward, and then it jumps out towards you. You're able to just barely make it out of the way, and Siobhan, as it jumps out, you feel your force shunt out of this mirror world. It's like as if she needs to be there in order to keep you there. So, Siobhan, you come back up into the regular mirror world. So, she is out, and she's looking directly at you, Madeline. But
can I shoot her?
Absolutely, you can shoot her 100%.
Please shoot her.
All right. I would like to use.
Can I get
I'm going to use my detective specialty.
Because she's
back
so
against
focused on me.
Back against the wall.
I'll see.
When
One sec.
When you're making a high stakes roll, you may take a brain mark to make any nerve you spend worth plus 2d instead of plus 1.
Okay.
Damn, that's a good ability.
Okay. So then you're going to take a brain mark?
And can I ask, because I think Madeline was just about to say, but since they are focused exclusively on Madeline, would that give me an additional die to target this thing?
Madeline,
I'm not the one it's
if
targeting?
Madeline uses a nerve drive to give you and help, absolutely, yes. 100%. That gives you another additional die.
Okay. So how would I do this then? Because it says.
So how many drive points are you going to be using?
So I was going to be using. I was going to use 2.
Okay, so then that'll give you an additional 4. How many points do you have in control?
1.
So then you'd be rolling 6 dice right now.
Damn.
Which is
Okay,
the
so-
max that you can do.
So
One of
would
these
I
has
do-
to be a 6.
Would I do 2?
You have a 1
would
in
I
6
do-
chance.
So 2, and then
Statistically,
an
yeah.
additional 2. So I'm rolling 5 dice or 6.
6, because you were going to do 2 points
Oh,
of
that's
drive,
right.
which give you 4. You
Yeah.
have 1, and then you just got another.
Okay, so I'm rolling 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dice.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You got this.
I roll all ones.
Don't
Right.
put that into the universe.
Don't manifest that shit.
There you go. What did I tell you? 1 in 6 chance of a 6.
That is a 6. Unless you want to take the 2
Almost a
gilded.
perfect spread.
Don't.
Almost.
Not the time.
We'll take the 6. Thank you.
Where are you shooting?
I'm aiming for its head.
Aiming for the head. Okay. You shoot into the head, and you could see this giant hole where you had shot. And you see it's taken aback as it kind of falters a little. You see the hand let loose, and the mirror go sliding across the mirrored surface here. It is quite a few ways away, but it is out of her hands currently. She's not dead.
Did I see that? Did I see the mirror go off?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. You just saw whoosh, as a giant shot comes out of a revolver, landing into her head, and then just as it goes across.
The second I see the mirror go, I'm going to put my hand into my pockets, and one of my gear is a hand weapon. I'm going to slip on some brass knuckles, and I'm going to go over to that mirror and break it.
Okay. Yes. So, the mirror is quite a bit away.
Okay, so I got to like run for
You
it.
need to do a move roll in order to get there without getting caught.
Okay, I can do that. We're going to spend a drive
Violet,
or a nerve.
you had a question?
Yeah, the bleed containment vial. What exactly does, what can that be? What is that?
So if there's something that has bleed in it, you can take that bleed and contain it into that vial.
And I suspect
it's
this mirror
basically-
has bleed in it.
It does. Well, at least it had bleed when it was first in that bag or the box, because that's where that bleed was as well. Yeah.
Cool. I want to grab that.
Okay. All right.
I got 2 1s and a 5, but I got a 5.
You got a 5. So as you reach the mirror, you just hear this blood curdling scream, this screech come from whatever this creature is, as it echoes off of all of these surfaces here, as it rushes towards you. It knows exactly what you're doing. And as you grab onto the mirror, you are here and you're bringing your fist up, but you get tackled and just shredding into you. You're going to take 2 body marks from this.
Okay.
But
I take a scar at that point then.
That means you go unconscious, right?
you go
Well,
unconscious.
I have a question.
Okay.
I have that ability narrow escape. Does this account as a trap or an ambush? That I get 1 more die roll?
Can
I
I
would
also,
say-
with my last saw this coming, can I give them an additional die?
How would you do that?
I would just yell an epithet at this thing. Just
okay.
And in this moment, my words fail me because I'm scrambling, trying to think of something vile to say to this person. Oh Jesus! Why am I drawing a blank?
Save me, William.
I love it.
Darling, you looked better on the other side of the fucking mirror.
Okay.
All right, I get to roll one more d6.
I will give another d6.
And that's my last saw this coming.
No. All right.
Damn it.
Bye, everybody.
Worth a try.
So that gives me a
had
third,
the mirror
and
in
then I
your
take a
hands,
scar.
though. You have the mirror in your hands. You just fall incapacitated. Siobhan
Right.
is down. But that brings us either to Violet or Madeline.
I'm going for the same mirror since that failed, and
Okay.
for Siobhan, of course. But because I feel like that's a higher priority, I'm gonna try. And is there will it suck the bleed out? Like, can I just put it up to the mirror and does that?
So
is that how that works?
Is it
you would
possible?
know
that
this
maybe-
as a you would know this as a Candela member. The bleed isn't what gives it its power. The bleed is the after effect of the power.
Oh, right.
So taking the bleed will do nothing.
Yeah.
Is it
Right,
possible that part of
okay.
my mixed success, I could have thrown the mirror towards them before I passed out, as I felt the talons come into me?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. I like that.
Cool.
All right, so the mirror goes sliding across the floor.
I'm gonna change what I was gonna do then.
Okay.
Just trying to get it closer,
Cool.
you guys, so she's not
Mhm.
gonna attack you.
Can I see which mirror we? I guess no, that's not in here. That's in the hall of mirrors, not in the. We're in the tent. I want to get this thing as far away from her as possible. I'm kind of feeling like I should run out of the tent because I can't hit or attack or anything. I feel like that might be the best use. So that's probably what Vi's gonna do. She's just gonna look around and just be like, I need to get this out of here and try to take off out of the tent.
Okay. That will also be a move roll.
Okay, at least I have a dot in that. I'm also gonna spend a drive too.
Okay.
Going to a 5 and a 3. Okay,
5 and a 3. Okay.
not bad.
Can I help them with that? I have one last nerve point left.
After the roll, helping
Okay.
is no longer a thing.
Okay.
But the only reason why I said the other one is because it's like a feature, and I'm like, yeah, sure.
Okay.
And we're really playing baton pass with this this mirror.
Right? Yeah.
I think that's the way to do it, honestly.
You begin rushing out of the tent, and at that moment you see she goes into that mirror and then pops out from one just next to you. You rush outside and you see the people that were once out there standing waiting. You're taking a bleed from the mirror for sure.
Okay.
And then as you're outside, you feel this giant hand gripping onto your shoulder. You're still outside. It's focusing on you now, though. So
Okay.
you'll take a body mark as well.
Okay. That's my first body.
Madeline, you see this
Oh, and
creature
I
reaching
yell out,
outside.
Madeline, save her. Sorry.
So how do you get someone up when they're unconscious?
I think I'm just done
They're-
for the scene, aren't I?
It's done for the scene.
Yeah.
You are in the middle of
Okay.
Don't worry about me.
and this
Break
is all
the
happening
damn mirror.
really quick too. So like trying to slap her awake, she'll be up and you know. So
Oh no.
it's do or die now,
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
literally.
I
But
would
what
like.
about a kiss?
Not the time.
Break it up.
I made this NPC. You could flirt with them. You could try. You definitely.
Oh,
could
I was
try.
talking about Madeline kissing.
Because
Vaughn.
before you got me to take
that
off a
brings them
body
back.
mark. So clearly we have established that Madeline's kiss
True
is
love's
circulating.
kiss, man. It's a powerful thing.
So
And I
good.
don't have a scar anymore. And now I'm awake. I'm kidding.
Oh, so
Okay.
good. Yeah, just
So
retroactive.
I'm going to chase after Violet and
Okay.
try
All
to
right. So,
grab the mirror.
to paint the picture, there is that exit that leads out. It's like this mirror is part of the tent, so it's kind of reaching outside. You could see the mirror world outside with the shadows that are lined up and Violet being held in place. The thing is pretty much in between you and Violet. So, what are you doing?
I am not a physical person, so I get out there and I look at all of the other shadows. Help us! Help yourselves! She's right there!
Okay.
I'm gonna try to get them to attack her, or at least
Sure.
get her
Yeah.
off of Violet.
That's a great idea.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Go ahead and do a sway roll.
Alright, I'm gonna use a cunning.
Okay.
Oh gosh.
Nice.
I got 6.
There we go.
All right. So that is a full success. You're trying to get around this creature, but she's holding on and she's taking up that entire area, that the exit right here. But you yell that out, and Violet, you see all of these figures begin rushing. They're not running backwards. Now they're going full sprint into this creature. It's almost like the Lord of the Rings when the phantom soldiers come into attack as well. That is what happens as all of these spirits begin rushing towards it. Since it's a full success, I will say that Violet, go ahead and do a move roll. This is a free action right now. I want to see if you can break loose of this grip. You will get the help action for free, so you're getting like another additional die. Got a 4, so that's a mixed success. Okay. The claws, the talons on this thing claw into your shoulder. You are bleeding profusely, but you rip through the grip of this thing, and you are free, and the mirror is in your hands. So, William, do you have anything you would like to do right now, or do you want to just skip right to Violet?
I would like to fill this thing with lead.
Absolutely.
Just
Let's see
screaming at it.
Let's see that control roll then.
I'm debating about whether or not I want to use my last nerve on this, or if I'm gonna. I mean, I may as well. I don't have.
Yeah. This is the moment.
Yeah.
Ooh, we got a raid.
Oh.
This is it.
Hi, everybody.
Hi, everyone.
I failed. You
Oh,
all
no.
are just in time.
Oh, no.
Just in time.
You get the drive back at least. You get the drive back because you can get the gilded die on that one. But yes, the 3 and a 2 are both failures. So
This is so tense.
let's see. The
Break a couple
mirrors
mirrors?
below you, as you're rushing towards to try and get a shot, the mirrors below crack under your foot,
Oh, no.
and the shot goes wide. Madeline, you are going to be taking a body mark as that shot goes directly through your shoulder.
Oh, no. Ooh.
But
William, you and I are going to be
Violet.
talking about this later.
Hope it's not your
Loses
writing
his
on
gun privileges.
Violet, you are free of the grip. You have the mirror in hand. What would you like to do?
I see. I look. I assume I kind of like instinctually just kind of look behind and see that it's filling the door, and they're inside, and I have this, and I know it needs to get away from her. I think there is a little hesitation because she doesn't want to leave them behind, but she doesn't see a way of solving this if the mirror goes back towards this creature.
Mm-hmm.
So she's gonna try and, I guess, head for the
I will say,
Ooh, the portal or the box.
you also see a femme figure reflected in this mirror that is recognizable as that shadow that you had once seen. This is Isabel inside of it. And she is just on the other side, like pounding onto the other side of this mirror, trying to get out.
Should I break it? Should I break it?
Break it.
Will I get
I've been
it
trying to
out?
break it this whole damn game.
Try to smash it on a rock. Or
Absolutely.
the corner of a
Oh
booth
yeah,
or something?
100%. Go for it. I would love to do a strike roll.
I don't have a single dot in that. do I get to roll anything? Do I have to spend a drive to roll it? They do it one nerve drive.
So if you use that nerve, you would roll 1 die.
Okay, I have a really ridiculous question. Can I give the help action for strike as, hear me out, a flashback of me teaching Violet how to punch?
That is cute.
But that would count as one of the action points. She would have had like a point in strike if that was like a like a flashback kind of thing.
I'm trying.
I get it.
That's all on
I totally
this one.
understand.
It's all on this one.
You got it. You got it.
You got a 6? She went too high pitch.
I'm sorry.
That was a 6. Incredible. What a fucking way to end it.
Wow.
Okay. So you go rushing. You look
Wow.
around for something
gonna...
to crack it on.
We can't.
Oh, it's not gonna show.
She's
It's not
back.
gonna
believe you. We believe you. Don't you worry. You go rushing out. You fall to the ground trying to look for something to break this on. And then you see the trailer just in front of you. And you just go rushing and smash it into the trailer. It shatters into millions of pieces. You see this figure, this shadow escaping from the mirror. All of you watch as that figure in the tense entryway begins to twist and contort even more, twisting and turning almost like, you know, like silly putty when you twist it too far and it just becomes this like circle of lines before it finally snaps in half. And she falls down into 2 pieces. The mirrors all around you shattering. And then there's quiet. Before you start to feel the ground shaking. A giant earthquake. As you see mirror after mirror, Violet, falling, the ones levitating all around you, shatter, all of them. This world is collapsing in on itself, and you need to get the fuck out now.
William, help me! And I'm trying to drag Siobhan up.
So
My big
you
ass
all
muscly
grab onto Siobhan. I would like all of you can do this, but whoever's carrying Siobhan needs to do a move roll. And if it's gonna be you two, you can do the help action, regardless of having the drive, and you can add as many as you need, but you will need to do a move roll.
Look, don't feel
Do you
bad
have
about this,
any
guys.
moves, William?
I have nothing in move.
Hilariously, I have 1 in move.
Let's go. All right.
I
You're
will
taking it.
assist.
Girlfriend.
Absolutely.
I am flipping every nerve I have in this. So I have 2 nerves.
Okay.
I'll give
And
you.
then I
I'll
get
help
So
you.
you have-
help action.
You have a total of 4.
Oh my gosh.
No
I gotta
big deal.
do a
This is
move.
totally fine.
5.
Okay.
That is a mixed success.
Oh,
Each of you go rushing through the carnival. Things are falling now in regular not in reverse order. It is happening all in front of you as collapsing tent after collapsing tent. The carnival games are now like exploding out, and then as they explode out, like falling out, freezing, and then falling down and becoming like these mirrors that shatter into a million pieces. The entire ground is just shattering below you, like pieces of that mirror. And as you continue running, I will say either who. I'm gonna say William. You were aiding, but you were the one that doesn't have a action point in your move.
Yeah.
So you're helping, but as you are all rushing through that portal, trying just savagely to find your way through this house of mirrors once more, as all of them are shattering, creating this terrible little maze in front of you. And then you finally jump through. Violet, you are the first to jump through. You see this glowing red light and nothing behind it before you see the three of your friends now jumping onto the other side into the regular world. William, you take this giant carve into your calf. You take a body mark from that, but then there's quiet. You all are breathing heavily from the near quarter mile that you just sprinted. But you are then faced with the sounds of carnival music. An entire world, unknowing to what had just transpired in a different world altogether. And you have successfully finished this assignment. So.
Damn.
Yay! Great job, everybody! Woo!
That was close.
Yeah, that was insane.
Oh my god.
I'm so stressed out now.
Absolute nightmare fuel.
What a time. Wow.
Johnny, holy shit, man.
Awesome. Awesome
dude,
job.
you guys
so
were fucking
much.
killing it. I loved it. You guys, like, coming up with shit that I never would have thought of is just like, it's the best thing as a GM to like be like, I didn't even fucking think of that. Yeah. Rooting you guys on the whole time. Whew. So,
man.
let's do illumination keys, yeah?
Yeah. Sure.
All right. There are a few questions that you have to ask at the end, which I don't know if there's a copy of it on. I think there is. All right. Yeah, there is. Cool. Did you contain or destroy a source of bleed?
Yes.
Absolutely,
Yes.
you did.
Yes, we did.
100%. Did you provide comfort or support for those affected? I would argue
yeah.
yes.
Madame Maria.
Yeah.
Violet
Yeah,
and
we
Madame
did.
Maria
I
for
spoke
sure.
backwards.
Yeah, that too. You were definitely telling them, hey,
That
we're gonna take
counts.
care
We're
of
trying.
this.
Sure.
Yeah.
100%. Did you bring something of importance back for Candela Obscura to study?
Absolutely would
You
have
kept
brought
the mirror with you?
remains of the mirror. Maybe not the glass. I wouldn't have been able to pick it up, but the frame of it for sure.
Yeah.
100%. I totally believe it. Okay, and then the final question is, how many of you got at least one of your illumination keys, which I think we already talked about every
Everyone
single
did,
one
right?
of you getting at least one. So that would mean that you guys get another 4 points to a total of 7 points for the illumination tracker.
Oh, yeah.
That's pretty good, right?
Yeah, I think
Pretty
that's
good.
the best we could do.
That is the best that you could do.
Pretty great.
Yep,
Wow.
pretty great. The circle of ink and glass. Whew.
This was very fun.
This was so much fun. I loved it. God, I was so excited for this one too. Like I love I can't even remember what I got the idea from, but like I was like, ooh, that'd be cool to make like a mirror world and then like have backwards music doing the whole thing.
Oh,
and
that
then I
was so
did some
great.
research.
This is
It was
what it was.
yeah,
so
amazing.
good.
Bravo.
So there is Aztec culture of obsidian mirrors able to speak with ghosts. That's like where
That's
cool.
it came from. So I was like, ooh, that's really cool. That is where I got it from. I was like looking something up, and then that popped up, and I was like, this is fucking awesome.
I will say I was terrified when Madeline was taking pictures with like photographs, because I know that there are other myths where photographs steal people's soul. I'm like, you're
Steal your
putting
soul.
something that
Oh,
steals a soul in
wow.
front of another
I didn't
thing
even
that
think of
steals a
that.
soul. I feel like this is a bag of holding and a
100%
bag
I
of
was
holding
thinking about that.
situation.
Yeah.
And that's why I didn't take any pictures whenever we got into the mirror dimension, because I was like, oh fuck no.
Yeah. Better to
there's
play it
always
safe
that-
for sure.
was terrifying.
The thing that I was always worried about was specifically camera related, because I don't remember, I think it's Insidious
Yeah.
when he's taking photos of the people in the house, and it's at that point he sees the old woman in the
he
dress,
sees it. Mhm.
or she does, and it was at that point that the woman pops out. And so that was the
Right
thing I was
there,
most
yeah.
terrified of, was that because cameras are a mirror as well.
Yeah.
They use the glass.
Yeah, they use the
And so-
Especially the old timey ones.
That's our next
Especially the
assignment
old
is a
timey
camera.
ones. And so I was worried. I was like, I'm not going to say anything, because if I say something, then the GM's going to probably do it.
Oh no,
I
I
had
was
the
hoping
same
that
thought. I was like, I'm not
So-
giving Johnny any more fuel.
So there was shit, my thought just went fucking gone.
Oh, sorry.
ADHD. No. It was a good point too. Right. So there was this fucking weird horror movie that that I watched with my friends. It's Malignant. That's what it is. Where this woman has like a face. Well, I mean, you know what? Shit. I kind of gave it away. But there's this thing.
Everyone
There's this
ignore that.
thing-
Ignore that spoiler. You
Ignore
didn't
it.
hear
Shit.
it.
That's my bad.
Don't
I mean, it was
clip
back in
and share it on the
2021,
internet.
so like, you haven't seen it. I mean, but yeah, it's just this fucking thing where like this creature is like running backwards too. It's like this weird fucking
How is
thing.
that?
Oh god, it's so weird. But that was one of my other inspirations for the monster, because I was like,
That monster
I
was
fucking
awful.
hated that. Oh yeah.
That monster is awful. You were describing it. I'm like, I feel bad. I feel bad right now.
Yeah. Dude, so much fun though. You guys
super,
did great.
super fun.
That
But
was so
why did
good.
Helena have that letter?
So, yes, little background lore. That was the only letter that had anything to do with Quincy. So she had plausible deniability to say that anything happened between the two of them, or the three of them rather. So she was trying to keep everything under wraps. That's why she had the letter. She had tucked it in there so
She
nobody would
went in
find
there
it.
first.
Right. So she didn't want anybody to start connecting dots that possibly this was a double homicide
Inside job.
suicide thing,
Yeah.
and or like a double homicide and she's still in there, or you know, she comes back every once in a while to kill somebody from the mirror. She didn't want like rumors to go around, so she took that letter and she kept it in her trailer so that nobody would see it.
Gotcha.
But then William with a
But
crit.
Gav's doing that.
That was
And
so
you
We
good.
thought
had
it
so
was
many
useless?
good rolls.
So many.
Hey, it
There's
was
so
for
many
the
good
vibes
rolls in the
and
very
the
beginning.
story.
So
Dice
funny.
always tell a story.
Oh my
Oh,
gosh.
100%. I mean, what a way to end it too, with like the last possible thing that you could be doing with a fucking 6. Like,
Yeah.
How?
perfect. It's perfect.
Perfection.
Yeah.
Oh
So,
my God.
I am
Again.
like,
You're
yes,
amazing.
I'm wearing a lot of layers here, but I am like legit like sweating right now.
I am too. It's a lot. And also, thank you to all the Raiders for being here.
Yeah,
yes.
thank you,
Cool.
everybody.
was
Got here in like
amazing.
the best fucking moment. But
Yeah,
yeah,
coming in
That
at
was
that's-
great.
mirror.
Yeah, sorry for that high pitch there.
That was so funny.
You were so stoked. It doesn't even matter at all. It doesn't matter at all. I was stoked with you because I could see how fucking excited you were. It was great.
I was getting 2s and 3s most of the time, and I wasn't rolling much, so it was like, yeah, I was super stoked, man. That's great.
Yeah. Well, I don't know, Boss Jellybean, how you end your streams, but I want to thank everybody in chat and everybody that watched because, oh my God,
Yes.
we have 17 people here right now. Thank you all for being here.
Hi,
I
everybody.
think
Make
we
sure
had,
to
at our highest,
follow.
we had,
Make sure to
I
follow.
think we had 22 when the raid first came in.
Oh,
I think
wow.
it got all the way up to 22.
Incredible.
Cool.
Make sure to do the follows. Do the follows. Make sure you, do we hit? We're 8. You're 8 away from your follower goal.
I am? Oh,
So
thank you,
so
everyone.
make sure,
That's wild.
Make sure that you're all following. Do the thing. It's right there. Cool.
Does
Chat
anybody have
was
anything they want to
asking
promote?
about
We
the
could go
VOD.
around and.
Yeah. Do the promotions. Do the things.
I mean, I stream video games on Thursdays and Fridays, and I do this fun stuff every once in a while. So if you hit the follow button, then you'll get notifications about it. Everybody else,
And all of us
tell
are
what you
part
do.
of that Hunger Games Bridgerton thing,
Yes.
right?
Oh,
All 5
right,
of us
yes.
are in there. Oh,
Everyone.
man, it's gonna be so fucking good.
There's
Oh,
a
yeah.
crazy Hunger Games and Bridgerton combined project
D&D.
that we're all a part of.
So fucking excited.
There's
Oh
so
my
many
God.
amazing people in that. I cannot wait.
It's gonna be
It's crazy.
crazy. And that's by AJ.
Yes. Yeah.
From Winter's Tales.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
dude, she is like taking this whole thing on. There's here.
Oh,
there
she has
are-
help. She has a lot of help, though.
Oh,
I was
yeah,
looking
yeah.
at I was
Well,
looking at
she
some of
has
the
to.
like
Over
talent
100.
contributions, like people who are helping on like in terms of logistics and creation side of things. There's a lot of talent that's going into this.
Good.
So I'm very
Good.
very excited
It's
about
gonna be
it.
great.
Good. Yeah, there's over 100 people in the Discord right now. So
Yeah.
Chaos.
Active, too. Super active. Oh, my God.
insane.
I'm
Oh yeah.
terrified to see how many posts we missed by
Oh,
doing
God.
this.
You leave for like 5 minutes and it's like
I was
80
caught up
messages.
for a
posts, yeah.
while, and then
Yeah, I know.
If
I
stayed
knew
caught up.
immediately on the
But I've
first day.
sacrificed my sanity.
I left for an hour and then it was too far. I couldn't go back. It was just too far gone. I was like, all right, I give up.
I went back once. I'm not doing it again. I'll just pop in.
Yeah. Okay, so next person on the screen is Organized DM.
Oh, yeah. Hi, I'm Rachel. I'm the organized DM. I mostly have Etsy stuff with like tabletop terrain and TTRPG accessories. But you can find me, thank you. But you can find me pretty much any social, and I'm super active on Threads. So you should check me out there.
And then next one on the screen is Mr. Dandy DM. Mr. Dandy DM. There it is.
Oh my
Got it.
God, you got it perfectly. No explanation required for why my name is way too clever for my own good.
It's so good. I love it so much.
Hey everyone, Mr. Dandy DM here. I also go by Andy. That's my real name. I am the DM for Survivors of Ashkelon, Shadows of Ashkelon, and my newest show, Our Flag Means Doom.
that one's very
Which
fun.
will be dropping our 4th episode. I know math. 4th episode tomorrow. So keep an eye out for announcements regarding that on Threads or wherever you get your socials.
Sweet. And then we got Rollin' Dirty 5e.
I'm H, and I'm rolling dirty, and I make monthly themed NPC packs for DMs and world builders to throw into their campaign.
They've been in
as
the map box
needed.
all game.
Yeah. It can be found mostly on Threads, though I do have a TikTok and an Instagram as well. And then from there, you can find my link tree.
Sweet. And I am Johnny. I run Talking XP. I am the DM for Ravenloft Misfits. I GM this sort of stuff every once in a while. I did Daggerheart once. What else is just all that?
Just
all that
everything?
good stuff.
Just list
You
out just
absolutely
everything.
crushed it for tonight. This whole thing,
thank you.
well done.
It was
Awesome
incredible.
job.
You did amazing.
Thank you. I
Oh,
appreciate it.
also, you just published a Candela.
Yeah.
Right.
Which is
Fuck.
so good.
Yeah. So I ran a thing. It was called on YouTube. It's called The Eternal One. But we just published something on DriveThruRPG for Candela, which is The Bleeding Edge, which is a little tongue-in-cheek kind of thing about it's about eons and how they get into this huge, like, it's this huge, like, conspiracy type of thing. It's like world-ending shit.
We love
and
a conspiracy.
it's great. It's awesome. You should check it out. It's on DriveThruRPG, The Bleeding Edge. Even Darrington Press had sent me an email saying that it's a fucking awesome thing. So that's sick as
dude,
hell.
that's awesome.
So
Yeah,
that
it's
kind of an
amazing.
endorsement is,
All the accolades.
you know it. You know it's
You
great.
won.
Yeah,
You won
pretty
compliments.
much. Yeah, I'm good for the rest of my life. Like I could quit today,
Darrington
I'm good.
Press, hire
Right.
this man.
Right? That would be great. I would run so much shit for them. Oh my god. If I could make that my full-time job.
Ugh,
Anyways.
the dream.
Yeah, so check it out on DriveThruRPG. I think it's only like $3 and it's like a full night's worth of shit. So
Oh my gosh.
and oh my god. And I made the
Bargain.
handouts for it. They're so awesome. It's like a train ticket, and then there's like ancient Halen in the book, right? There's this ancient Halen in the actual book that you can like decode and do stuff, and it tells the story,
What?
and that's
Wow.
actually the story that I
That's
follow.
crazy.
It's like
That's cool.
it ends at the very end of the book. Here, let me show you. It's fucking awesome. I fucking nerd out for this shit. Like, let's see. There's like
So
this
there's
giant.
like a secret code in it?
Yeah, so like there's this giant
Amazing.
like symbol thing that.
Oh hell yeah.
That's
Cool.
crazy. Is it
That's
like
amazing.
a codex or?
So I'm gonna be blurry now, but that's okay. It basically tells the story of a light keeper that disgraces themselves and then joins up with eons because Candela isn't doing enough. There's this whole story in there. I actually made a TikTok about it, so if you want to check out my TikTok, it's over there too. It's my Candela thing. Which also, if you want to learn how to play Candela, I have that too on YouTube.
It's
and
very
TikTok.
helpful.
It's
very helpful.
The story is just, it's perfect, and I think that we had a pretty good ending to that story. So, yeah, that's me. Sorry, I took up way too much time.
You
I
deserve
totally
it.
just
It's
nerded
fine.
out right there.
You
Yeah.
need that, yeah.
And Janelle, don't forget Feydark too.
Oh, yes, sorry.
Feydark.
I am the DM for our Feydark Eclipse campaign. It is 2 different adventuring parties on 2 different planes of reality, one in the Feywild, one in the Shadowfell, both trying to solve the same world-shattering mystery. Both Rachel and H are in my Shadowfell group. And that is, gosh, I hope I get this right, the first Sunday of every month and the last Thursday of every month for the
Except for this
respective
month, isn't
parties.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay, that's cool.
There's
So cool.
It has been a crazy ride. So
Oh,
Yeah,
God.
last episode was pretty
That
nuts.
sounds
2 episodes
That
and
sounds
it's
so
already
chaotic.
absolutely insane.
just like the Feywild alone. Just it sounds like it's chaotic, but then you have
Both the Feywild and the Shadowfell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
like
It's,
I need like a bardic version of Black Hole Sun.
that was last episode. Last episode was them escaping a world that was being eaten. So,
That
hey,
was
that's what this episode was
terrifying.
too.
I mean, yes, actually.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
We're
Well,
just being traumatized repeatedly,
Definitely
H,
some
I
parallels.
swear.
Aren't we all just trying to escape an eaten world? I feel like
Goddamn, don't be
Or a
so
drug
The
lord.
tale is-
Ours
trying
is
to
tale-
escape
eaten
the
by
world
capitalism.
3.
it's a tale as old as time.
Yeah. Goddamn, dude. Feydark.
Well, this has been fun.
Feydark
I hope everybody
Eclipse.
watching had fun.
Ugh.
And we'll
see you next time. If we do it, we're doing this again. We have to do this again. This was
We
Oh
have
yeah,
to.
no, for sure.
So much
Yeah,
fun.
I have
There's too much more.
lot
Like
of
there's more
ideas.
going on between you guys. Like we have to.
we gotta see some see some more stuff.
I would like, I don't know, like if we added a player, I would like for there to be some kind of major, like, discordant love triangle that happens between that potentially breaks up Madeline and Siobhan. This other woman, maybe both of them had an affair with at one time, and then
like
it's
that.
up to
Spicy.
Violet and William to get rid of that person because they end up being the BBEG, obviously. And it all the whole
So Andy's
series
just writing the
culminates-
next one for you.
The whole series culminates in a magical wedding.
Yeah, are you DMing this?
See,
No,
this was
Johnny
so
is.
funny.
I got it. Oh yeah. One of the things that I love about like when you put a bunch of DMs and GMs at the same table is like you just said all of that stuff and I already came up with like 6 different like ideas just based off of like the one.
Yeah.
You probably
through
even
line that
have
you
it
just did.
down to how many episodes you would need to do all of that.
Yeah, it would be so fun though.
All
It would
right.
be
What
so
is even
fucking fun.
funnier is
So
I was thinking that the next time we do this, we were on this time. So I was like, man, we need to be off again next time and be fighting the whole time.
Yeah.
So now
Yeah, it
it's
definitely
like,
has to
oh,
go
man.
on.
going a little bit
Each-
behind. Yeah, I like that.
Amazing.
All I'm looking forward to, if it happens, future episodes. I desperately, because of what was said in the Discord, I desperately want an opportunity to take the suit jacket off and to do a Henry Cavill arm reload. That's what I
Hell
want.
yeah. Hell
Yes.
yeah. Well,
So I don't know how
because
that's gonna work
William's-
out because my strike is bullshit. But
I was gonna say because William missed and hit Maddie with the gun, Siobhan's probably in between gonna take him aside and be like, "We're gonna put the gun away, and I'm gonna teach
Listen.
you how to fight. You can't miss with your fists."
William and
can't
Maddie are going to
miss
have
with
a
your
whole
face.
conversation about that.
honestly, one of my favorite moments though is when Siobhan pulls out brass knuckles. It was just like,
Dude,
Oh,
I was so
This is
mad.
so
I
on
looked
brand.
down and
I wanted it to
I said,
work so
two body. And then I looked down and I see that you already had 2, and I was like,
Yeah.
that would have been so fucking cool to just see you just smash into the fucking mirror.
It's okay. We were telling a story and it made sense for
Yeah.
it to. I kind of like that I went down. Like I'm the tough.
It
makes
added
sense.
so
I
much
rushed into
fucking
everything.
tension. Right.
Actions.
I
and
like that Violet
consequences.
was the one who got to smash the mirror.
Yeah, that was
I did
awesome.
too.
Violet,
Yeah.
Violet is most definitely going to be like, she's not going to be able to think about leaving you behind, like anything other than you behind for a little while.
Yeah.
I am fallible.
Which, by the
Yes.
way, Siobhan, what scar did Siobhan get? I mean, obviously you got like
good
scars
question.
yeah.
too, but like, what would the scar look like for Siobhan? And then what point would you be moving into what point?
Great question. I feel like she probably. I mean, she had those claws digging into her, and it was a body mark, a body scar. So I kind of like the idea of like maybe one of them like pierced through her, and she has like a huge ass scar on her chest now.
That's cool.
And then I think I'm gonna move something from control to read. So it's like I learned that maybe I should gauge what I'm about to hit before I hit it. Like
I love that.
Size them up first, maybe.
Sure.
Before taking
Yeah.
on a
Let's
giant
have some
monster.
sense first before running in there.
Yeah, that seems like
After
William
the
would
one
be
thing
so
that they're
proud.
after as well, like racing against them. So good. Oh man.
Ugh.
That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
This went way better than I could have expected.
Thank you for running it.
Yeah, thank
yes,
you so much.
really, truly.
Yeah. I love fucking doing this stuff. Yeah, we'll do it. Like I said, Fucking full-time job, Darrington Press. Hire me. I got you. I'll fucking run it 24/7. I don't give a shit. Man. It's so fun. And then I get to play with fucking awesome people like you.
Oh, really quick. Just because it was asked, or maybe we already answered this and I wasn't paying attention. I apologize if it was. When will the VOD for this be available?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess, or maybe tonight. We'll see. I have to go check on a sick little kid, but
Oh.
yeah. But then either I'm gonna upload it tonight or tomorrow to YouTube and to Twitch with the higher quality video. So
Cool.
Yeah. Check
Sweet.
it
Sounds great.
We'll be here.
out. All right. Well, I think that's everything, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm good.
I hope you
Great
guys all
having
having
you
enjoyed
here.
it.
Can I ask a question really quick? And this is
Yeah.
a purely technical question. We don't even have to be live for this.
Oh, okay.
Just
Bye,
go off right now.
everybody.
Just like bye everybody. Like halfway
But
through the question too. Like,
Check
so
in
one
next
of them
time. We're
just,
gonna
like,
find
goes
out. We're gonna find out what Andy wants to know off stream. You don't get to know. Love you all. Bye.
Bye.